Welcome to the day the Giants' next 5 years ended.
Oh my gosh.
And it was an eventful morning.
It was kind of popping. It was kind of popping.
Between trades and NFL, fight at 49ers camp.
Oh.
Tristan, Deuce, and Mo.
Like that.
I know.
I like that. I don't want it every day, but I like that. This defense going to be nasty.
Okay. Easy, DMX. Well, we was just talking about you. Well, I'm going to hit you up after the show. We're just taking a different approach to life here at ESPN 1320.
You know what I mean? It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Most of the time, we don't even have to ask for forgiveness.
Seriously.
Can't ask to be forgiven for shit no one knows about. Man, why is our website traffic up 5 million%? I don't know. I don't know. That algorithm.
That report you do every week is pretty dope. Is that a Google thing?
No, I grabbed a template from Pages and catered it. I moved some things around for us, but it's just a template out of Pages.
That's pretty dope.
So I can drop like the graphics and stuff in and then just make a few changes each time.
Yeah,
it's
like
fucking getting us anywhere. But this is great. Really? We'll do something with it. Like what? You can't plead ignorance anymore, man. Do something with it.
Oh man. Dragging our asses around here.
Well, it's been a very eventful Tuesday morning here, August 6th. Welcome in. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And to the Padres.
Congratulations. Oh my God.
Yeah. Sorry about that, bro. So it looks like, and I think there is like a hang up to this, right? Like there is a hang up to the Juan Soto deal. It doesn't appear to be a major thing. I think all reports are this is still going to get worked out. It's no big deal, but this is really bad for the Giants, man.
I mean,
like this, what are we doing right now?
Well, let me say this, because I got heat for the Giants right now. Don't get it twisted. I got heat for the Giants. However, when you talk about it being bad for the Giants, yeah, you probably never win the division ever again. Okay, so there's that. But however, we are in a NBA society in Major League Baseball now. Okay. Where do the Kings care about winning the division this year? No, we don't care. It's not. Who cares? We just want to get in the playoffs, and that's what Major League Baseball is turning into, where just get in the playoffs. Now, the problem is that really shouldn't be that hard for the Giants. My problem isn't necessarily Soto coming to the Padres. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, I'm happy he's not going to the Dodgers. Okay, that low key feels like a win, to be honest with you.
To a degree, right? Sure.
That's not really my issue. My issue with the San Francisco Giants is they're one of the most profitable, richest teams in Major League Baseball, in all the sports, to be honest with you. And they running around acting like they the damn Tampa Bay Rays. We out here trying to bargain prices. No disrespect to these people. They out here shopping at Ross. You got a Louis Vuitton, Gucci budget, but you say, I can't go there.
A Mark Jones budget around here.
You know what I mean? I can't go there. Let me go to the Dollar Tree. But yet, let me ask for handouts. See, this is the difference. You know, a lot of these people who are rich and they do something like that. I understand that. That's how you stay rich. But they ain't going around asking for handouts for people to put into their bank account the way the Giants are. The Giants said, oh, come watch us play for $900 for a family of four. We can't get into the Soto sweepstakes. Aaron Judge, too rich for my blood. We can't. We have to keep payroll low. Stop. They out here we're operating like they the damn A's. All right. Instead of going out here and getting it. The Dodgers, the Padres. I love San Diego. San Diego is a hell of a city. I love San Diego. Not as much as I love Sacramento, but I love San Diego. But this ain't New York City. They about to get Soto. They about to pay Soto like $300 million. They about to pay Tatis like $300 million. They gave Machado like $200 million. The Padres and the Giants are running around here trying to get 4A players. It's disgusting. It really is. It's nasty. And I'll tell you this. Don't come around asking what we saw last night, that Oracle, with Dodger fans taking over and the Giants being in the mid-20s in attendance this year. I'm all for that not changing as long as they continue to put this product out there on the field. Don't show up, Giants fans. I don't care. Because they're not giving you a reason to spend $1,200 for a family of four. They're not giving you a reason. It's nasty.
Well, you're taking it well.
It's nasty.
I have serious concerns about the Giants' long-term future with the Dodgers able to retool year after year after year with absolutely no problem. And San Diego really is building something down there that you just got to look at and go, okay, if you got Kenny's Major League Baseball League Pass or whatever it's called, Diamond member, you're watching the San Diego Padres. Like you're watching
Absolutely.
them play baseball. And they're going to be playing into postseasons moving forward. And you looked at this like, you really felt like you couldn't do anything to be a part of it. You couldn't do anything to dive in here with, 3 hours, and there doesn't seem to be much buzz around any moves that they can make here over the course of the next, 2 hours and 54 minutes. So I don't know. It's tough.
Well, then they run around and they talk about, we don't have the farm system. We don't have the assets. And that's probably true. We'll go get them. Isn't that what you're supposed to be doing, Farhan? You're supposed to be strengthening this farm system. We don't have prospects after 3 years. We don't have no prospects that that it can entice somebody. What are we doing? Go find the players. I spent entirely too much time. Guess what I did, Damien? Guess what I did? About, 50 minutes ago. I Googled, how do you improve an MLB farm system? Because it was just baffling to me. Like, we just can't do it. You can't go find the talent. You got to go get international talent. I understand that. I get that. You got to build up that rapport in these other countries. Go do it. And that's only one aspect. Open the checkbook and go get somebody. And then the argument has always been, well, the hitters don't want to come to San Francisco because it's too hard to hit here. Nobody wants to do that. Well, to me, common sense tells me that means you should have 5 aces ready to come here. Doesn't that make sense to you, Damien?
Makes sense.
If the hitters don't want to hit here because you can't hit it out, every pitcher should be trying to come here. Yeah, we're running around here with what they call openers. The openers, not starting pitchers, the openers that go for like 2 or 3 innings, and then you have a bullpen game. We can't go get frontline starters. Thank God for Logan Webb. We found him. Thank God. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have nothing.
Logan Webb and a bunch of Dominic Mysterios.
Oh man, Dominic. Why is he still there? Why hasn't he turned on Ray yet? What are we doing?
Bunch of show openers, but no starters.
Doing? But yeah, Damien,
a bunch of
they want to charge me
out here.
They want to charge me $1,500 for a family of 4 to go see the Giants play the Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
You crazy? And then guess what? You talked about the extra innings package, right, and everything, right? Oh, Giants play the A's this weekend.
Okay.
Padres play the Dodgers this weekend. Guess who's getting priority over here at this household? And every other household that wants to watch baseball this weekend. Guess what series and what games are getting priority over here? Sure as hell ain't the stinky Giants and the stinky A's. That's bad baseball.
Seems like you should have been at the end of 49ers practice today. You could have let off some steam.
I like that, though. That got me hyped.
So that was
Unlike the Giants. That got me hyped.
So again, there's, just a shade under 3 hours until the Major League Baseball trade deadline. But the biggest piece, the prize of the trade deadline has been moved. Juan Soto is headed to the San Diego Padres. All that's next is a long-term contract extension. And you said $300 million, buddy. I think it probably starts with a 5. And
the Padres will pay it. They don't care. The little lowly Padres. They're like the 95th market in America. We'll pay it. It's fine. But here we go. The 5th market in America. Too rich for my blood.
Well, maybe the plan is to throw that 5 at Aaron Judge this offseason. Maybe all is not lost.
Common sense says they should. They won't.
Okay.
$17.50 for a family of 4 to go see a game to play the damn Brewers, but they don't want to spend no money on Aaron Judge or anybody else for that matter.
Okay.
It's nasty, bro.
I know. It'll be all right. We could change the subject. At least they're not selling. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have brought that up.
More than anything, I just want this Dodger series to be over.
Yeah, I can understand.
They're going to get scraped, and I just want it to be over.
Was that game in Los Angeles last night? I watched for a couple of minutes. Like, man, I could have swore. I watched till it was like 5-1. I was like, all right, I'm good. I'm out. I was like, I could have swore this series was in San Francisco.
I was out working with Reese. We were getting some work in. Baseball wise, I was like, I missed the first 2 or 3 innings of the game. No big deal. I'll get in there after that. I turned the TV on. It's 5-1.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Like, what? And then, like you said, just a bunch of Dodger blue everywhere. But that's what you get. That's what you get. I'll say this. Farhan, you had a good season last year. You got a couple of guys, some rotational guys that you can get in, whatever case may be. We never had these problems with Brian Sabian. Brian Sabian, he got elite talent up in here. He got your Lincecums, your Matt Canes, your Madison Bumgarners, your Pablo Sandovals, your Buster Posies. He got your Brandon Crawford, he got all those guys that won 3 of them things. He got those guys in here. Farhan running around here with Luis Gonzalez, who I actually like. He's still messing around with Austin Slater. But they charging me $2,100 for a family of 4 to go to a game to see the damn Marlins.
I love that the price has changed every time. That's the fun part of it. Why don't we take a break? Why don't we do that? Why don't we step out, never bring up the Giants again, and barring breaking news, we'll just never bring up baseball for the rest of the day. We'll just if there's a story, I'll ask Kenny to leave. Particularly if it involves the NL West, I'll ask Kenny to leave, and then I'll bring the news. But let's fall back. Hey, you at home, grab one of the bottles behind you. Grab some. Just go run downstairs. Get the strawberry lemonade. We'll get a nice little cocktail going. We've got lots to talk about. Dolphins news. Tom Brady tied up in another entanglement. We've got and another one. 49ers. We've even going to talk Kings today. We managed to figure out a way we could talk about the Sacramento Kings today, and it doesn't involve Matt Coleman. So we'll do all of that. We're just getting started.
Shout out Matt Coleman.
Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jesse's next. We're just going to run through all of our teams. My rant on ESPN 1320 will be right after. So we'll go Giants, Dolphins, ESPN.
Oh, man. What we say? It's one of them holidays, man. We say we need to grab one of these Mondays. Yeah. Here's the problem. You can go spend $100. What you can spend $1 billion this offseason. There ain't no cap. There ain't no salary cap. Don't do it. Or else you're gonna be bottom 10 in attendance like they are right now. That'd be crazy if they let Devers walk. Devers is a beast. Nah, they got to sign him. They got to bring him back. They're not that far away.
Matt was with us last Friday, wasn't he?
Was it Friday? Yeah.
He was with us at camp. Yeah, I can't remember.
I think it was Thursday. Matt George.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It was Thursday. You're right.
It's ridiculous.
Hi, Matt. Thanks, buddy.
What's good? John, I shop
sorry.
Ross.
Sorry,
okay. No, there's nothing wrong with Ross. But I don't, number one, I'm not worth $1 billion. Okay. And even if I was worth $1 billion and still shopped at Ross, I would shop at Ross and just spend my money. I wouldn't shop at Ross and say, hey, I need $2,500 from you for me to stay alive. And I'm not going to do anything to entertain you.
Boy, you live in a life if you spending $2,500 at Ross too.
No,
that's what I mean. $2,500, boy, you.
No, $2,500 to go to a Giants game, family of 4.
Huh.
That wasn't parking. How could you forget parking? Parking for a Giants game. There's literally, they treat it like it's a damn football game where there are like $100 lots to park in a Giants game. $60.
Crazy.
What?
It's crazy.
Right. No wonder there's more
Crazy.
seagulls in the fans than people. There are some Rosses that are better than others, though. That's the thing. You got to find you a good Ross.
I don't think I ever got my FUBU from anywhere other than Ross. There might have been
Marshalls fell off. I like Marshalls, but
Marshalls had Sean John when I was, the cursive might be crooked, but I just walk like this.
Sean John and Marshalls was definitely something I got. I used to go to the Marshalls over on Forum Road in Greenhaven.
That's 42
next
jeans.
to where Nugget is, absolutely.
42 by 36.
I caught myself. I was about to say something.
Oh.
I was about to say size didn't matter. So
oh, hey now. I mean, it's a true story. True story. Size didn't. It didn't matter. As long as I can get it for $30, I was going to get it.
Yeah, Marshall's is popping. That when Burlington came to town. Hello. When Burlington came to town, it was lit.
I don't think I ever.
Yeah,
I don't know that I ever did Burlington.
Burlington trying to kind of change the game because they had everything. They had NBA Pat's jeans. You know what I'm saying? I get those joints.
Boy, those
Burlington,
those never hit my vibe. Those NBA patch jeans never did it for me.
Oh man, it was big time.
I did not like those.
You get those like
maybe I couldn't afford them. That's why I didn't like them.
Mid-July. Well, you can afford them at Burlington.
Even
the size of jeans you wear, but
it's sketchy to figure. Well, no, as you said during the commercial break. Go ahead and repeat it for the radio audience.
I said size didn't matter.
Now, when you were at one of them joints, when you were at Ross, if they had a size 42 FUBU pants, 42 by 36, I got them.
Been their slogan.
Remember the old Fat
Ross,
Albert joints?
Size don't matter.
Remember the fat. Well, they don't work today, but the Fat Albert FUBU line.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was heat. The Fat Albert FUBU line was heat.
Yeah.
Y'all need to. By the way, FUBU's still around, and there you can absolutely still rock FUBU. FUBU is a black-owned business that's still around.
A year ago, I wear some FUBU right now. I probably should get some. I'll get some next paycheck.
There ain't nothing wrong with that logo. Like that logo still lives. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like FUBU still rock.
It tried to make a strong comeback, like I said, about a year ago, and then it died off. But it's still there. It's still there.
Support the brand, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
But yeah, we out here, being like the Giants, looking for the best places to bargain shop. You know what I mean?
You get the shirt with the
still bargain shop. I get my V-necks from Ross still.
Okay.
Got to. You get the Sean John V-necks, for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So
Chester's asking, can I still wear cross colors? Absolutely. Cross Colors is still out. Cross Colors makes graphic tees. You know where Cross Colors' main distribution center is, at least that I've seen? It's Nordstrom's. If you ever go to Nordstroms.com and you go to the tab, like if you go to search for men, they have like subcategories. And one of the categories is black owned and black founded.
Oh, wow.
And you can click on that and you'll get Fear of God. You'll get Fear of God Essentials. You'll get Cross Colors. You'll get differently. I didn't notice until I found that Russell Wilson and Sierra have a clothing line.
Really?
I think it's called Human. It's all like unisex clothing.
Oh,
it's pretty dope. Like I almost got this pullover. It looked like a bathrobe, but it was pink. But I'm convinced it was a bathrobe, but it was dope. And I was like, I could pull that off. I just don't know where I'd be going. Because it's a jacket, but it was like sweater. And then there's that's a bathrobe. Like, what are you telling me? Like, that's a bathrobe. I know I could pull it off. I just didn't know where I was going with it.
You go anywhere.
I didn't pull the trigger on it. It's still there.
Russell Wilson.
But it's called Human something.
Russell Wilson, did you see a couple weeks ago he arrived at camp in his jersey, his Broncos jersey?
I did.
Yeah, and it was looking like 2003. Like, slim it up a little bit, Russell. Why are you still wearing 42 size jeans?
Here's a good call from Rory. Wear that during the Trista Crick segment. That'll go over huge. That'll go over huge for sure. That will get some. I've already been trying to figure out what I'm going to do Friday at 2:00. Like, do I put a parka on and zip it up all the way? Do I put a scarf on to wrap up? Like, what do I do to play into this bit that she ran with?
I think that's a good point. That just triggered something. I might be, heavy in my scarf game this year and do it like Serge Ibaka. Serge Ibaka was a scarf god for a second.
He was. Some of them were a little like, okay, Serge, let's chill. Like that like you got your scarves look like Kyle Kuzma's sleeves. Like, let's relax a little bit with that one. Yeah, I got about 30 new scarves in there because they're not new. No, they're not new. They just haven't been worn in like 2.5 years. So they're gonna be new to me.
It's coming back. It's coming back. We hope.
Maybe we'll find out. Money in the Bank this Friday here at ESPN 1320. You laugh you laugh to ignore the pain. Yeah. I'm gonna do Friday show sitting crisscross applesauce right here on the floor. I'm just gonna do the whole show like Punk in the center of the ring.
I'm gonna just give him the mic.
About 3:00, I'm gonna start airing some grievances. And the great part about this, imagine CM Punk's contract expiring, but WWE didn't know it. I'm pretty sure.
Worse? What's worse?
I'm pretty sure that's where we're at.
Them knowing or not knowing?
That's a good question. I've been asking myself that since about 4:45. You ever just wake up and everything's off? Like I woke up like I was awake for probably 3 minutes before I was pissed.
One of them mornings.
I was like, I woke up. First thing I thought, this really ain't done yet. Okay. Yeah. I was Denzel in training. This is what y'all do to me?
They have him at Pelican Bay.
This is what y'all did to me? Like I felt like that. Almost ain't a soul in this house, and I'm just walking around angry.
I think the WWE didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think they did know.
All right.
So
I'm sure they didn't know they fired him on his wedding day too.
Did real quick though, that because we talk about what's his name, MJF, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now he did his thing, and we're like, oh, that was a work, right? Mm-hmm. Was Punk's wasn't a complete work, but there had to be some work in there because they never came and stopped him, right?
It was, yeah, no, it was. I'm pretty sure it was all a work. Mm. Like I think it was all a work until the reaction to the promo. So it was like, go ahead, talk, air your grievances, do what you want to. Because I think he's always said his original intent was to at least take time away. He didn't want to resign. Mm. He wanted to be off. Then he cut the promo. He cut that famous promo sitting on the stage, and it went nuts. Like that became a moment where WWE was pop culture relevant again. Mm. And it was after that where it was like, well, you can't leave. And they were working, and the story is, whether it's true or not, they were working, to get a contract extension. He signed it that day in Chicago, went out, had that classic match in front of, his hometown crowd, which Cena sold just incredibly. Mm. And then he leaves. He wins the title, and then he leaves. And that is, if you ever wonder what the allure of professional wrestling is, it's that. That was a story that was told to perfection. Mm. And I think they brought him back. I think it was like 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later. So it was kind of like, all right, maybe you jumped the gun a little bit on bringing him back. But like it started out as a shoot, and then it was, oh, wait a minute, we can't let you leave. You've got to stay. Gotcha.
That was an all-timer.
It definitely was. And this was an eventful morning. In addition to the trade deadline. The NFL announced their punishments for the Miami Dolphins. I can't lie, bro. This was a little weird. The statement put out by the NFL, and it was thorough. It seemed to contradict itself, like at every page turn. And there's a lot in here. There's the tampering stuff. There's the tanking stuff. It really, I'm telling you, we really glossed over this Tom Brady thing, like just a little bit too much. This whole Tom Brady, Sean Payton thing that Mike Florio was like, yo, there is something really ill happening in Miami. And it was completely blown over. And I think we brought it up. Like, did you hear about this? Well, it turns out, I think there's a line in here. What is the exact line from Roger Goodell? It's something along the lines of, I've never seen tampering to this degree, nor have I seen tampering to this degree with an owner involved. That's not a direct quote, but it's pretty close. That's a stunning admission from Roger Goodell. But again, when you read through the entire, 3, 4, 5 page breakdown, there's a lot of stuff that contradicts each other. Like there's the, there was no evidence that the that the Miami Dolphins lost games on purpose. Well, there was never an accusation that the Miami Dolphins lost game on purpose. There was an accusation that Brian Flores was told to lose games on purpose, which you almost completely admitted on the second page.
They telling on themselves.
I'm looking at this like, did nobody proofread this? Oh, there's no, they even won their last game. Like, that's not what Brian Flores said at all.
Right. He said he wasn't going through with it.
Exactly. He said, I'm not going to do that. And then, you know, he wrote a letter or an email, and it was never brought up again. The NFL's note, like, praises, they know, wow, that's not a direct ask to lose games. You know, there's enough there to where you got to commend Brian Flores. It's like, did you read the first page of what you wrote? It's super head scratching. They took away a first round pick.
They took what, 2, didn't they?
This year? Oh, was it 2 first round picks? I thought it was a first round pick this year,
or was it 1
and a third in 2024?
Third round. Okay, gotcha.
There it is.
Gotcha. So I want to hear what Jesse got. YouTube, Twitch, you guys bear with us for a second. I want to hear what Jesse got to say here, because this is his squad. The Dolphins is Jesse's squad, and much like me with the Giants, he don't deal with them with kid gloves when need to be. Now let a video of Tua come out, you know, throwing a floater and underthrowing Tyreek Hill by 20 yards, and then, you know, he's gonna get defensive. Yeah. Talking about Paul Pierce, he's gonna get defensive. But when it needs to be said, he'll say it about the Dolphins. So I want to know what Jesse got to say. Mm. Mm.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he's not good. Now, Stephen Ross.
That's why when y'all talk about Vivek, y'all might really want to weigh what a bad owner in professional sports is.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
And here's one other.
That's a wild statement, man. He really said, "I will pay you money to lose these games."
Here's another note for the week. It's Tuesday. Let's just extend this the rest of the week. Look, you could still finish 3 of 5 if you do this right. If you're the NFL, owners, stop putting out statements, because between the Haslams yesterday and Stephen Ross today, these dudes are making themselves look something kind of special.
Wait a minute, dog. I got to go back. What Haslam said? What if you're triggered?
Yeah.
What?
Well, Haslam. Here's Haslam's. Throughout this process, Deshaun and his representatives have abided by the newly created and agreed upon process for the NFLPA and the NFL to defer the objective judge, Sue L. Robinson, do a comprehensive review of all information and make a fair decision. We respect Judge Robinson's decision and at the same time empathize and understand that there have been many individuals triggered throughout this process. We know Deshaun is remorseful that this situation has caused much heartache to many, and he will continue the work needed to show who he is on and off the field, and we will continue to support him. Mind you, we've heard from Deshaun once. Deshaun Watson has maintained his innocence through this entire process. He has maintained his innocence and has said nothing inappropriate happened during those massages. What remorse has Deshaun Watson showed? Better yet, to who the hell has he shown that remorse to?
This really is crazy. Like, the more I think about it, about how the Browns actually made this move.
Oh, it got better, and I saw this. I knew this from jump, but you see the number out the gate, and you see it, you dive into it, and then you just kind of let it go, because with Deshaun's contract, it was what's it, 230? Mm-hmm. There's not a lot to break down there. With Debo's, you got to figure out what's real, what's not. DK, what's real, what's not. You know what else is real? His lowest average annual salary, his lowest salaried year. This one. That way, when you take whatever he is owed per game and multiply it by however many games he was going to be suspended, it is a minimal loss of money. I believe his salary this year is like $1 million. And next year it's like 40 or something like that.
And
$690,000.
Oh my goodness! And
that was structured for this reason.
I was about to say that's not an accident. That's not salary cap reasons. That's not any of that. It's to make sure you still get your money, even though you're out here being a sicko. Wow.
That was yesterday. Stephen Ross today. The independent investigation cleared our organization on any issues related to tanking and all of Brian Flores' other allegations.
What?
As I have said all along, these allegations were false, malicious, and defamatory, and this issue is now put to rest. With regards to tampering, I strongly disagree with the conclusions and the punishment. However, I will accept the outcome because the most important thing is that there be no distractions for our team as we begin an exciting and winning season.
Come on, man.
I will not allow anything to get in the way of that.
Come on, man. Stephen Ross, bro. Come on, man. What like?
So, October, 2 months from now. He's suspended for the next 2 months. He can come back in like week 3 of the regular season or something. Couple of notes here. Defamatory is a hell of a word to use. You could say false, malicious. You could do all defamatory. You have grounds to sue. If you believe what Brian Flores said was defamatory about your organizations, you have grounds to sue that man. Mm-hmm. But we know he won't because we know he's lying.
Right.
2, he called out one name, Brian Flores. He sure as hell ain't mentioned Sean Payton or Tom Brady in his statement, did he?
Nope.
He ain't got, as far as tampering goes, well, I'm just gonna accept that punishment and keep it moving because I was trying to land a coach and a quarterback. And it wasn't even for a year. It's still been trying to do it for 2 years. He's trying to give an ownership stake to a quarterback. Now, at what point? This is a serious question, and I don't want to take the attention off of where it deserves to be, and it deserves to be on the Miami Dolphins. It deserves to be on Stephen Ross. At what point do we start looking at Brady a little bit sideways here?
That's what I want to know. I was going to
How
ask
many stories like this does Brady get tied to and get a pass on?
It's looking real crazy for Tom Brady right now. What is this? We got Spygate, Deflategate. There's one other one, right? He was involved in something else shady, wasn't he? Maybe not.
Well, I guess it depends on how you look at Alex Guerrero and TB12 and that whole situation.
Well, yeah, that is shady.
Now I think about that. Let's touch on that just 2 seconds. Everybody has something to say about Rich Paul and LeBron James and Clutch Sports. Everybody's got something to say about, Anthony Davis is essentially just paying LeBron James. Did we miss the part where Tom Brady got his trainer a building, an office space within the Patriot Plaza, Patriot Way, whatever it's called there in Foxborough, and was just ushering new clients over to his trainer? The whole TB12 movement, that's his. TB12 belongs to Tom Brady. We just glossed over that. Oh, I guess it's Tom, so it's okay.
Right.
I'm sure that's the only reason we glossed over it.
Gloss over
Because
everything.
it's Tom Brady and it's okay.
And look, he's a all-time football player. He's a phenomenal football player. But like you said, there's not the same energy coming from the shady things that go about him. I mean, this whole, like you said, not even mentioned in the press release or any statement or anything like that, was the shady nature of Tom Brady being involved in this. Coinciding with the shady nature that Tom Brady allegedly played a role in Bruce Arians not being the head coach anymore.
Coach killer Tom Brady? Question mark? I guess you yeah, and I this was the next thing I wanted to follow up on. And it's right here at the top of Florio's page. Tom Brady and Sean Payton are not subject to discipline for tampering. When NFL teams tamper with employees under contract to other teams, the NFL only punishes the party that does the tampering, not the employee who goes along with it.
Yeah. NFL is not looking good. But they never do. And then we're also like, it was less than a week ago when what did Daniel Snyder do? Didn't he get then he spent 11 hours talking to like the federal government or something like that?
Yeah, he's in a congressional hearing. Like his entire organization is under scrutiny from the United States government.
Oh man. Wow.
And you know what, man? Like, I told you I woke up in a dark mood. So let's just do all of this.
Yeah.
Oh, this whole circus with the January 6th stuff. Everybody's like outraged every time something appears on social media or the news. Same thing with Dan Snyder. Same thing with all this stuff. What do you think's going to happen? Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
Absolutely. This is essentially these hearings. This is a Netflix series. You're just tuning in to see what happens next. And you're going to be disappointed in the ending because it's going to end anticlimactically. Nothing is coming out of any of this. Daniel Snyder is literally Donald Trump. Y'all are going to get him for this? This is like Al Capone. Y'all going to get him for tax evasion? All of the dirt that dude has done since he's been the owner, and now all of a sudden you're going to get him? I don't think so, man. That dude is, both of those dudes, they ain't going to get touched in any of this.
Nah.
Absolutely
Shady,
none of it.
Shady.
What a circus, man.
You want to get Ron
circus.
before we go, or you want him on the other?
I didn't even know Ron was there. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even know. Let's get Ron right now. Ron, what's happening, baby? Appreciate you.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for remembering me.
Always, Ron.
Hey, I just wanted to touch on a couple things. The reason I called, but real quick, I agree. The first thing I thought is Tom Brady is always associated with something shady but getting a pass. Couldn't agree more. But what I wanted to say about Deshaun Watson is I've struggled with whether or not he should speak out or show remorse or anything. And I'm sure you fellas weren't born yesterday or grew up under a rock. But I'll admit I've been into some massage parlors before, not for that reason. But I don't know how many times I've been into a massage parlor where they're initiating the, something funny for some money, where it could go both ways. So how many of those women do you know that could have maybe initiated it themselves or been game? But when it's
it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead, Ron.
But when it's time for a money grab, sometimes that's what people get in line. So I'm not saying right or wrong, but I could see his position, at least at this point.
Okay.
Here's what I'll say real quick, Ron. And I understand what Ron is saying. I do. I don't necessarily agree with it.
Just for the record, I have not been to those types of massage parlors.
Neither have I. Neither have I. And I don't plan on going to one of those. But I understand what Ron is saying. But the more you dig into Deshaun,
So
it's a nasty situation. Like on the surface, like I get what he's saying, but when you really get in the nuts and bolts of what this was, this is a nasty situation, man.
If we just took the second part of what Ron set out and just focused on the first part about Deshaun's handling of this, let's step out, man. We'll come back. Phone lines are open for you, 916-349-1320. We'll continue to talk about this stuff. We'll talk about what happened at 49ers
I got to tell you about
practice
a dream
as well.
I had too.
Oh, it was all a dream. We'll find out. That's a good tease. I'm anxious to hear that. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, Brady looked funny to me, man.
TB12. Always, just last one I'm saying, just always involved in something shady. It seems like it's not that hard to not be involved with something like that. You know what I mean? Like nobody else is. Why are you always involved?
Well, it's also like in like it's hard to like like if you're Brady, and he's not going to talk about it because he won't. But it's not like they call. It's like it's one thing if they call you once.
Mm-hmm.
This took place over 2 years.
Man,
this took place over 2 years, man. Yeah,
absolutely. This looks amazing. I need this. Smart backboard maker joins race to create basketball's digital future. It looks like it's a basketball hoop and a backboard that shows a picture of you shooting and keeps track of like your makes and misses. Wow.
Run that by me again.
So it's easier for you to see. I'll tag you in the tweet.
Okay.
But there's a backboard like of a hoop. Looks like an outdoor hoop, maybe an indoor hoop. But it's recording you shooting, like it's running you through drills. It's recording you shooting and keeping track of makes and misses.
I gotcha.
On the backboard.
I gotcha.
I need one.
Okay. It's like one of those mirrors.
I absolutely need one.
Okay.
One of these days.
I'm sure Jazz will be happy for the addition to the backyard.
Oh, there's a video. Let me see what it's looking like. Oh, stop it. What you mean page cannot be open? Oh, that's sick. That's crazy. They're showing the game on the backboard while you get shots up. That's nuts. I don't know if it's out for retail. I think
I don't want to throw a ball at that. It's too nice.
That is crazy. I don't know if they made it yet. Well, it's been made. I don't know if you can buy it yet. Here, I meant to tag Jesse.
Investors include Thaddeus Young, Trevor Booker. Bro, do you have a Sportico login?
No, I didn't read this.
Oh, I was like, fam, you are excessive.
No, I didn't. I definitely didn't read the article. Just read the tweet. Oh, now you don't want to load my tweets, huh?
Oh, that was great. That was so good. Genie Bus out here selling PS3s, PS5s. I mean, that's phenomenal.
I don't know why this happens. Watching yesterday's Orioles and Rangers game. Orioles up 4-0 in the top of the second, bases loaded.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing else on.
So no spoilers. Like I'm not.
There's nothing else on. Hey, Jesse, are you watching? Which league are you watching? The Premier League or La Liga? It's on ESPN.
Man, poor Genie
on
Bus.
ESPN.
I don't know what that is. What is on
Soccer.
ESPN? Oh, soccer's on ESPN. Why don't you just...
No, they start in 2 weeks, but they got all the games on like ESPN Plus, and you could watch it on ABC like once a week.
Okay.
I'm trying to get ready. See, this is what happened last year. I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch soccer, and then like they're on for 2 weeks, and then college football starts, and I can't watch everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of early season college football that you can skip.
Oh, you're not trying to see USC versus Rice?
Yeah, that doesn't really move me. The Ohio State versus Akron game never gets me particularly excited. Anyone cop a PS5 from Genie Bus last night, by the way?
Man.
Anybody get one of them joints?
He was out here selling PS5s to the people, huh?
I was about
charity though, right?
Oh, everybody had jokes. That's not what they said. They said it was going to. I ain't even going to dignify those jokes with a repeat. But I saw the screenshots. I saw what was. What was going on.
Did it involve number 0?
You know who it involved.
Oh man, why? Why they?
You know who it involved. That man live his life. Genie Bus out here hogging PS5s. That is funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's not funny when someone's account gets hacked, but in that case, it was kind of funny. Like, it's cold world, cold world.
Damn, Jim.
I do want to mention this. Thank you, Bryce. She got hacked. We had no clue, pal. Thanks, Bryce. Man, thank God them day ones like Bryce are here, man. Thank goodness. Appreciate you, Bryce. Thanks for having our back, man. You too can have our back at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Part of the reason Deshaun Watson went in a box very, very early in this process is, and we appreciate Ron, but it's because of remarks like Ron's. We didn't want to put anyone who listens to this show in a position to say the things that Ron said.
Right.
We're just going to not talk about it. We don't have to. We'll just put Deshaun away. And it's, I saw a comment in here earlier and I can't remember who said, I do remember who said it. It was the Black Basketball Channel or Zen Master. He said, Deshaun's creepy. He's not a criminal. No, sir, I disagree. Mm-hmm. Sexual behavior like that is criminal. That's criminal behavior. Mm-hmm. And now we're just like that 15 page. And I admittedly, I didn't read it before yesterday's show. I read it after yesterday's show. That entire 15 page ruling is something. It's something. And I went to it after seeing all the videos of Deshaun at practice. And I thought, okay, because that again, it's where those
that was something.
I feel like sports is a world where we just kind of like lose our common sense. Mm-hmm. And what Ron's greater point was is just, at least I pray to God this was Ron's greater point. Deshaun's handling of this. Mm-hmm. And it's the old Steve Harvey joke from Kings of Comedy. He's talking about O.J. Simpson. O.J. sitting around drawing pictures. If you ain't do it, act like you didn't do it. And is that the right, like because in these matters, like you have to, there's a lot that you have to take into account. I don't even know the number we ended at. So I'm just going to say 30 women. 25 of them were consensual. 5 of them weren't. I'm making this up. 25 were consensual. 5 of them weren't. Those 5 are a problem.
Yes.
One is a problem.
Yeah.
And so, how do you, I don't know what the proper way for Deshaun Watson to respond is. But I do know when your owner talks about you being remorseful when you've done nothing but claim your innocence, those two things don't add up.
Right.
That's where my problem is with all this. Whenever there are multiple stories, there's no such thing as a multiple truths.
Mm-hmm.
There's one truth. And I feel like we haven't heard it because we've heard 10 different things.
Right.
From 5 different people.
How are you innocent and remorseful?
Right.
Remorseful.
I ain't remote. Y'all, if I'm innocent, y'all are hurting me. What the hell do I have to be remorseful for?
Mm-hmm.
Again, stories don't add up.
No.
But we convince ourselves because it's professional sports. We convince ourselves because there are Cleveland Browns fans out there. We convince ourselves because of gambling, because of fantasy football. Well, and this is the barometer. It's not like he killed anyone. So we just brush past it.
Yeah.
It goes back to Jesse's thing yesterday. So we're just going to pick up. So the NFL world is just going to, week 7, pick up like nothing happened. Yes, that is exactly what they're going to do. Murder was involved at one point. They just picked up like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
He's the goddamn face of the league sometimes. But pick up, brush it aside, and you go win. No one ever talks about it again.
No.
And that's going to be the case here.
In the scene at Browns camp, like I'm not going to act holier than thou and like get on Browns fans or those people. I didn't understand that. That was disturbing. What I'm talking about is like there's a video of Deshaun Watson like being mobbed by fans asking for autographs, and I saw one clip with some that I didn't see the person, but you hear the audio and they're like, Deshaun, what's up, man? We with you, bro. Like, what you mean with you? Like, I don't understand sometimes, and I'm not in that situation. I would like to think that I'd handle things differently, but how sports fans can just be cool with some of these guys that are out here doing these things. You know what I mean? And there's nothing. Sometimes we don't know the whole story, so you just kind of, I'm just falling back because we don't know what happened, whatever the case may be. In this Deshaun situation, there's too much we know to just be like, it's cool. Like, I don't know everything, so I'm gonna just fall back. There's too much that we know that's like, this don't add up. And I can't see how the fans reacted that way. But I always keep coming back to, I can't believe the Browns made that move. That every time I want to say, like, I can't believe the Browns fans is, I mean, the fans are going to do what fans do. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe the Browns said, we're cool with this, we're good with this, and we're going to protect you at all costs.
Why are you surprised? The last time we saw this dude, he was throwing an ungodly amount of touchdowns with an ungodly amount of yards on a team that was awful. Why are you surprised by this?
You can't want to win that bad.
Fam, what sports league have you been following your entire life?
I know.
Did you miss the fact that I was just alluding to Ray Lewis?
Yeah. No, I know. I can't.
When you're at that level, hell, I'll take this a step further. Deshaun Watson might have been able to take a knee and say, stop shooting black people and get away with it. That's how talented he was. Because right now, that's the only thing that gets you blackballed from the league.
Yeah.
And I love Cap. But there is a talent difference and an age difference at the time between Colin Kaepernick and Deshaun Watson. That's how good Deshaun Watson was. Deshaun might have been on trial for 30 murders. This is the NFL. Amy Trask always says it best. If you get if an owner finds out that a left tackle is a cannibal, they'll classify it as a eating disorder. Oh, no, we heard about that. Yeah, we're going to get him the help he needs. That's fine. We're going to get him to protect our quarterback. But God forbid you be the guy who can throw a football. Come on, man. They'll put everything aside if you are at that level. This speaks to two different things. How gross the NFL is and Deshaun Watson's talent. That's the story of this.
Spot on.
Deshaun's that good and the NFL is that bad.
You're spot on. Wow.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Jason Jones returning to the show for the first time in a few weeks. There's a rumor he might be able to join the video stream as well.
He's probably going to have a stupid Dodgers hat on.
He might. I'm not sure what. I really think he was partying with George Clinton. Again, I might have seen this wrong. I really do think we've missed him the last couple of weeks because he was at George Clinton's birthday party. But we're gonna talk to him in the 3:00 hour. Let's stay in the NFL. We'll try to shift to the non-disgusting part of the National Football League and just get to the fact that 49ers had an eventful practice today.
Man,
day 2 in practice.
I was getting after it. Good and bad ways. But you know what? So what we're alluding to is there was an initial dust up in practice between Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk. I think that got settled. Everything was good. They went back to practice. I think this is how the story goes. They went back to practice, and a couple of plays later, Fred Warner he popped one of them wide receivers. Brandon Ayuk wasn't having it again. They got in another dust up in practice. And I tell these kids that I work with, and when I coach them and all this other stuff, when they they get mad or they talk about they want to fight, I'm like, if you want to fight, go. There's a boxing gym that I can take you to. That's where the fighters go. You play basketball. You play basketball. That's what you do here. We ain't here to fight. We play basketball. If you want to fight that bad, go to the boxing gym somewhere downtown, Flawless Boxing. How about you go there? All right, and do that. And I feel that way for football, but I can't lie.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I like what I heard today. I like it getting physical and I like it getting a little chippy than 49ers camp already.
Follow-up question. Hi, Damien, back in the class.
Yes,
big fan of your show. Maybe a little too early for this. It's like the second day.
Or maybe setting the tone.
Okay.
Setting the tone. This is what we about this year. This is what we doing. A lot of reports came out that Fred was talking about. Ben said he was going to test Brandon Ayuk because he wants to push him. He wants to make sure, we don't have no start like we had last year. You need to be ready to go. You need to understand the seriousness of this. And there's ways of going about it. You got to be able to read your teammate and read what's going on. But sometimes that's what leaders do. I'm not saying this is what Fred, I don't know. I'm not close enough to it. I don't know if Fred was pushing the buttons strategically. But sometimes that's what leaders do. They got to light a fire under some guys. They're like, you're too passive. And I'm going to keep pushing you until you're not passive no more. And there's been some Niners reporters that have kind of alluded to Fred had been talking about this. You know what I mean? And that's what you want your leaders to do. Now, I don't want to fight every day in practice. Absolutely not. I think they've met their quota for training camp. We don't need any more fights. But from everything that I'm hearing about this defense, I'm getting really excited to see this Niner defense. Really excited. I think one of the things that we forget, or at least that I forget, I won't put it on everybody else, is talking about how great this defense could be and, the great reports that we're getting and Richard Sherman saying all this other stuff. And we're like, oh, man, Niners defense, hey, they're shaping up. They might be good this year. I'm sorry. This was like a top 5 defense last year. This was a team that defended at a high level last year. Remember, Damian, the thing that kept getting them in trouble were penalties on third down.
Third downs, yeah.
Like I would always make the argument, they're getting stops on first and second, and then they're actually getting the stop on third down, and then it's a hold or illegal contact or pass interference. And once they eliminated that, that's when the defense started to turn up for the rest of the season.
There was a stretch last year where we were just talking about stop with the self-inflicted wounds during that stretch where would they lose like 5 of 4 or 5 of 6. It was something rough, and it was. I'm not going to go so far as to say you beat yourselves, but you didn't help.
Right.
Like a lot of these wounds here in these losses, they came from 49ers uniforms rather than the opponents.
So last year, they ended the season number 3 in the league in total yards per game. They ended the season even with a much maligned secondary.
Wow, number 3, really? Wow.
Yeah, number 3 in total yards per game. Number 6 in passing yards per game. They only gave up 206 yards a game passing. Number 7 in rushing yards. They gave up 103 yards passing. And then the most important stat, really, number 9 in points per game, tied for 9. I think there's one other team with 21.5 points per game given up, and the team in front of them has like 21.4. So they're top 10 pretty much across the board defensively. And they added a guy on the defensive line. They added a frontline starter in the secondary. We could be looking at one of the better defenses in the game. And you got a leader, and I'm classifying him as a leader right now. I'm going to put this in the leader category from Fred Warner. Tone setter.
Oh, sure.
Well,
I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, and even the things that we saw today. Tone setter and a leader. And you got this guy coming into his own as a leader. He's entering his prime. Man, we looking at it. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a top 3 defense in the game this year.
Okay. Well, I'm a big Fred Warner fan, so I'll rock with that. I think the thing that stood out to me the most with the news coming out of practice was like, really, this is the second day of, okay, we're setting tones. Like, all right, that's fine. Is Brandon Ayuk like is he like Davion? Like who's he the equivalent of? Like we expect Davion, and we'll talk more about the Kings here as the day rolls along. I expect at least Davion to have a big season this year, to have a role on this team, and to be really influential in this team's wins and losses on a night-to-night basis. Brandon Ayuk kind of had the weird start to last season with the doghouse and all of those different things, but I mean, I don't think there's ever been any question as to whether Brandon Ayuk can be a player. Is he kind of, the 49ers equivalent of that? Like this year, and maybe this is more of a question, will he have a more clearly defined role? Is it Debo and Brandon Ayuk? Is that the 2 wide receiver set? And is this something that Kyle Shanahan is going to look to exploit and make a dangerous unit out there? Or does Brandon Ayuk still have too much to prove to Kyle Shanahan?
No, I think the time for something. Let me phrase this the right way, and hopefully you guys, are understanding what I'm saying. It's not about something to prove. It's about we expect you to make a leap in consistency. There should be no reason we have to worry about a doghouse or you being ready to go week 1. There should be no stories that come out about that. And to his credit, from everything that I've read about camp, he's looked phenomenal this year. He's looked ready to go from the jump. Kyle has praised him. The players around him have praised him. He's looked phenomenal in this first week of camp. So I don't think that'll be the case. But now it's gone from, we want to see development to we expect to see it. I wrote in the outline for the show when I wanted to talk about this. I think by the end of the season, we could be looking, and we should be looking, to be honest with you, as Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel being a top 5, top 3 wide receiver duo in this game. They got all the playmaking ability in the world to be able to be considered on that level.
Okay. So wouldn't that come at the expense of George Kittle, though?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. It to a certain degree, yes, because there's only in a Kyle Shanahan offense, if it's really working and they're doing what they want to do, there's only going to be so many passes to go around. Like in a Kyle Shanahan offense, if it's working, you're probably running more than you're passing, right? So will it come at the expense of Kittle? Yeah, maybe so, but I still think you can work him in. I mean, you got Jawan Jennings there, but you don't really have a third wide receiver. Mm-hmm. You know, Kittle, I want to see Kittle become more of that third wide receiver that we all know and love, right? Like last year, he got into this mode where he was blocking a lot. And, you know, he was helping out with the protection. Some of that had to do with just the necessity of it all. But I want to see him being more of that playmaker.
Meaning the down offensive line, the loss of virtually your entire running back core. And
right. So okay. you had to leave him in there sometimes to protect a little more than I would have liked to see. I want to see him getting back to being that playmaking best tight end in the game that we all know and love. Mm-hmm. I mean, even this was a down year, I think, for him, maybe. Still had 71 receptions, 910 yards, 6 touchdowns. You know, it's not like he was nowhere to be found, but I just think he's capable of a little bit more. You know, I want to see him back in the mid to high 80s in receptions. You know, I want to see the targets. That last year, I'm looking at the totals right now. In 14 games, he was targeted 94 times. That's not far off from in 14 games in 2019, he was targeted 107 times. But he had 14 more catches that year. So I want to see him more around that mid-80s role. But like you said, if Brandon Ayuk steps up the way he does, maybe that takes away targets and opportunities from George Kittle. But I still think that just makes you even more dynamic. Because now, if Ayuk is cooking, you got Debo. You can't just be like, well, for instance, the Rams, they like to put Jalen Ramsey on George Kittle. Mm-hmm. Well, if Ayuk and Debo are cooking, you have to pick your poison. You can't just we'll just put them on Kittle and that'll be good. You can't put our best corner on Kittle and that'll be good. Now put that middle linebacker on him so Kittle can cook him a little bit.
So the idea be to, like, I'm trying to think of another King scenario, but to establish a player as a scoring threat. Mm-hmm. Keegan Murray. Establish the fact that Keegan Murray can hit the 4 or hit the 3 from the 4, and it opens up your offense a little bit more. Not doing it once or twice, but doing on a consistent basis to where defenses have to game plan for that.
Right.
Get Brandon Ayuk cooking and show, it's not Debo and Kittle. It's Debo, Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk. Mm-hmm. And just when you think we've got this figured out, we're going to put Kittle in a different position and we're going to have Debo in the backfield, and now you're not going to know what to do. Like, if you can establish Ayuk early, that could open things up for you later.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like Brandon Ayuk. I thought last year was baffling.
Yeah.
I thought last year was confusing.
And he came along as the season went along.
Oh, 100%, because allegedly he got out of the doghouse.
Yeah, and that worked. What? Right? Like, if we're going to say that's what happened, it worked because he ended up playing better.
And what was it again? Like, because it was like questions. Was it about his practice habits?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
His practice habits. And he alluded to as much, I think, in the middle of the season or later in the season. He's like, me and Kyle, it wasn't cool at first. Mm-hmm. Like, we got after it, but we're in a better place now. And that at the time he was talking about that's, what's helping me. I think that's what's helping me play better right now. So you got those guys cooking. And if you get anything from the free agent wide receivers that you picked up, that'll be awesome. We're also forgetting Jawan Jennings, who was huge at the end of the season. For Jimmy Garoppolo, at least, he was a huge third down target in the last 5-6 games or so. Like, Jawan Jennings was balling at the end of the season. So they got weapons all over the place. They just got to figure out a way to keep Trey Lance upright. That offensive line, that's the biggest question mark I have. I'm going to keep saying it. They need time to gel. They need time to get things together. And they're going up against this every day in practice, they're going up against this elite unit. So they're not going to always look their best, but hopefully it's a situation where iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, you could see Brandon Ayuk's targets go up for the most part after week 6 last year, following a loss to the Indianapolis Colts. We'll come back. We will talk more. We'll talk some Kings basketball as well. We've got our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar on the way. We got Wu-Tang tickets coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Much more ahead as D'Lo and Casey continue here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fair. I mean, like I said, at the end of the year, if Ayuk does what he does, I think they could be up there. That's about right. Who you got in front of them? So you know what's really frustrating? Oh man, this is just frustrating. So I'm in the hats. Although I think I've gotten about every color and every style I had. I'm really interested in right now. I think I'm about to slow down. I got enough now. I'm
tired. No, retired
retired. I'm good. I got a lot. I got a lot with the patches and all this other stuff. But sometimes when you order these things online, for whatever reason, maybe Kyle Madsen can explain this to me. The sizes don't always fit the same. Like I can get a 7 1/4 in 2 different hats, and they fit completely differently.
Interesting.
So when you get a hat, I wear a 7 1/4. One might be like super tight. Like this is 7 3/8. I got 7 3/8 hats that are too big for my liking. This one's too small.
Yeah, you would think that would be. It could be. Yeah, I don't know because I don't think anyone has ever seen me in a hat.
I haven't never seen you in a hat.
Most haven't, and there's a reason for that. And these ears stick out like crazy if I put a hat on. But the same is kind of true for shirts also. Like true. you could get it just depends on the quality of the shirt, mediums versus larges. Like I'm at the point now, I don't like medium shirts right now. I don't like the way that they feel unless they're ours. Like ours are super comfortable, but like I have some mediums of different brands. It's like, man, I don't like this. But those honor the gift shirts, they're medium, but they like I got room. Right. Like it's a completely different type of medium. Could just have to do with the material that they're made with.
True too. Although the majority of them are made by New Era. Like they're all by New Era. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. But John is right. No hats, no black shoes.
You talk about
no shot, man.
You're gonna be like LeBron. Remember when he ripped the sleeve off? So dramatic. just make the jump shot, bro. That has much to do about nothing.
And I don't know if I'm built weird, but like on some of those, like the arm like does like this. Doing all of that. Like I don't want to work that hard. Like just put on a shirt, rock it, keep it moving. That's why you got to get your shirts at DLOandKC.com.
Who Miami got outside of Tyreek Hill? Who Miami got over outside Tyreek Hill? Who Miami's receivers? Waddle, bad boy. No, Waddle, bad boy. I forgot about Waddle. Waddle and Tyreek. That's tough.
Chris.
That's tough.
Crystal Nugs, 15% off today. Well, all right then.
What?
I might have to.
What is Crystal Nugs?
Google it. Crystal is true story.
Crystal with a T or a K?
C. I was planning on having some of these party favors over to the house on Saturday, and it's like, let's go ahead and place a little order here.
It's lit.
Let's place a little. Matt George is coming over Saturday. We're going to get
Matt George in the house.
Gonna get Matt turned up. Not the great stuff about this. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Absolutely none of it. Yeah, it's a goodbye party. Oh man, we're partying with Matt George.
Maddie McQueen gonna be in the
Maddie
building.
McQueen, we're gonna turn it out. Maddie McQueen.
Hey, I gotta tell you this is a real quick, Barb. I gotta tell you about my dream.
Oh, the dream. Yeah.
I got held up at gunpoint by Paolo Banchero. I don't know how this happened.
What? What were you watching before you went to sleep? Were you Chet Holmgren with all that ice on?
You know what happened?
Oh man.
You know what happened? What's today? Wednesday or Tuesday? No, it's Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
You know, it's
right?
Funny you say that. Because you know what I went to sleep to? Our show.
Oh, well, it does that.
And we talked about Paolo yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we're talking about Paolo and Chet. Yeah.
Wow, this is all making sense now.
Why were you going to sleep to our show?
Because I was just watching.
Oh.
I was like, hey, I was like Mace. I knocked
studying
my own
the film
like I'm on my own.
Okay.
No, that's what it is. But yeah, so me and my man Tyrone, for whatever reason, we were driving around and Paolo Banchero was hanging out with Tyrone. I was like, what you doing with Paolo? He's like, oh, it's just the homie or whatever. And Paolo was like in the back seat. He was like, yeah.
Were you in a drive-through? Was Computer Love playing in the background? Okay.
We were, I don't know where we at, but I just picked him up or whatever. He's like, yeah, man, I need you to take me over to the 1400s. I'm about to run up on this kid. I'm about to hit a little lick. I was like, oh, well, I don't really want to be a part of that, but damn. He's like, well, what are you going to do to him? And he's like, probably grab him, throw him in the trunk, I'm going to let him get his little swings in, make him think he's doing something. And, that should be about it. And then I was like, well, why don't you just rob him? Like, why do you have to do all that? He's like, because I want to. So then I was about to be like, I don't want nothing to do with it. And then my man Tyrone like motions to his waistband, to his own waistband, like, oh yeah, he got one on him right now. And I was like, oh. And then I was like, you're talking about me, aren't you? And then he looked, and then I woke up.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was about to bring me to the hood.
Kenny ain't gonna say a nice thing about Paolo Banchero all year. Kenny might not. Hey, Kenny, we going to the game tonight? Who's here? Orlando? No.
No. I've seen this story before.
I ain't going there.
Yeah, I woke, and then I woke up and I was like, did I just get robbed by Paolo Banchero?
And I'll take a double burger with cheese. I almost watched that last night.
What?
I was looking for something to watch. Like, I turned the Giants game off like 5 minutes into it. Don't need to be here. Yeah, I just wound up watching a couple episodes of Sanford and Son.
I was about to say you watch Good Times.
No, I want to make my way through Sanford and Son. I just find myself laughing every show. It's very, very funny. Also, Kenny and I are recording a podcast this afternoon. I read a book. I finished listening to a book. It's tough, man. When you read books about hip hop artists that it's the same with a documentary, and the I Got a Story to Tell, when that dropped on Netflix, the Biggie story, that was such an incredible documentary. But I kept dreading, like, I know I don't need to watch this. I know how it ends. And I was listening to this book called The Marathon Don't Stop. Mm-hmm. Tremendous book on Nipsey Hussle. And I'm just like enthralled in this book. And then he's telling this story about meeting, this blood who saved him, essentially saved him when he went to prison. And they were all in the holding tank together, and they were like, nah, we're going to let this rock. They ran into each other at a coffee shop. Dude had been in jail for a long time. They had changed. He recognized the Malcolm X tattoo. They had this conversation. He was like, yeah, it was took the picture and set the streets on fire. It was March 30th. I was like, I know what March 31st is. And I looked at my phone and saw there was only like an hour and 10 minutes left. And I was like,
wow.
Well, I know what the next 60 minutes is going to be. And sure enough, that's what it was. And
jeez,
it's a great book. It's a great book.
What's the name of it again?
The Marathon Don't Stop.
Marathon Don't Stop.
Yeah, it's a great book, but it's tough when you get to those, because as you talk about, they go into in depth what happened that day, like the most in depth I've ever heard about what happened at the Marathon store that day, and the way you were telling the dream story about the gun in the waistband. I'm like, I just heard this? Like I just heard this story being told in the book. But yeah, our next episode of Corners of the Culture is on Nipsey Hussle, man, and I think you're gonna dig this when you hear it, if it ever sees the light of day.
It's all gonna come through.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Nice little break in the heat yesterday. Actually went for a walk after the show for the first time in like a month. Ain't happening today.
No, the sun is back.
But it's back with a vengeance. The air ain't stopped running. But thankfully, I got ACR Solar and Roofing coming out to throw those panels up and bring my energy bill down just a little bit. They could do the same for you. 916-481-7200. It was tough to find a performance of the night last night. So I went with Debo. Debo didn't play yesterday. Debo got that contract signed. But that's not why I went with Debo. Did you see the incentives in the contract? All of this talk about I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that. All of this made up conversation about Debo Samuel and why he was unhappy appears to be just that. It was completely made up. He's got nearly $2 million worth of incentives based on his running game. And they're very, obviously Kyle Shanahan will play a big role in this. They're very reachable, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. I know for one, isn't it like 3 rushing touchdowns?
And I think the yard marker was like 300 something.
Right.
It's very, very doable for Debo. So Debo and his agent get our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing.
Yeah.
Slow night. I was really hoping to give it to a baseball player that wore a Giants uniform, but we don't have to talk about it. There's no chance in hell. No
chance. Giants traded Darren Ruff to the Mets a little while ago. So whatever. The person, since it's not Eric Hosmer, since he did not want to waive his no trade clause, the major league player going back in the Soto deal looks to be Luke Voigt. I think that's how you say his name.
The coach of the Kings?
No.
Well, that's Luke Louts. Okay.
So that deal get done. I had talked about a potential scenario, and it's not going to happen.
That was funny.
Where the Soto deal falls through and Eric Hosmer stays in his first at bat at Petco Park. Oh my gosh, hope it's not bat night.
So like what happens now though?
He's got to go. I think he's got to go. Maybe he doesn't, but I feel like he's got to go.
Because in my head, this is what I'm thinking. You go to him and say, hey, we have to include you in this Juan Soto deal. I don't think this is going to blow it up, but just say no. And like you conspire for him to just say no, and it's like, oh, throw in Luke Voigt or whoever, because I know when the tweet went out, I don't remember if it was Jeff Passan or who it was, but I know when the tweet went out that he declined he refused the trade, that it was reported immediately, this isn't going to hold up the deal. Like this, the deal is still going to, it might hold it up, but the deal is still going to go through before the deadline. They're going to get this worked out. So it obviously wasn't a super sticking point. And in my head, I'm like, shoot, I got the chance to play with Tatis and Soto. No, I ain't going. I'm good. I like San Diego. I'm not going. I ain't going to DC. It's humid there.
Hey, I
ain't Kenny Caraway.
That's a crazy scenario I never thought of. What if they told him, like, we're gonna include you, but just decline? Like, don't worry about it. We're gonna get. It'll be like, oh, see, we tried. We couldn't get it done, or we couldn't include Hosmer, so we'll give you somebody else that we're not really that interested in, and try and make it work.
Yeah, it didn't feel.
What if they? Well, no, because you got control. You just say no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm going to play the rest of my life. Hey, we're trading you, pal. No, you're not. Y'all are loaded. I'm staying right here.
San Diego is a great city.
It is. Yeah, that's a place I definitely want to spend some more time.
Yeah. The whole
where were we going? I have no idea.
Probably
I have no idea. I think that's what it was.
Kings.
Did we mention them?
Wait, before we go to the Kings, because I don't think we're going to come back to football. And I was really interested in just a little bit.
Yeah.
The Forbes value list came
Okay,
out.
that's what I was going to ask you. Yeah.
The Niners are in the top 5 now.
Yeah, so the 49ers were 5th. They were behind the
Rams.
Dallas. So it's the
Dallas.
Yep.
The Rams.
Yep.
The Patriots.
That's it.
The Giants and the
Niners.
It.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Raiders were valued at so the 49ers are at 5.1 billion. Again, they're 5th. The Raiders are at 4 billion. But yeah, top 5.
The interesting thing about this as well is I later saw like all the sports value, and the Niners were 8th in all the sports.
So you noted that, and I think you read something wrong.
No,
that can't possibly be true.
I'll give you the top
because
10. The top
49ers are 8th in all of sports. So okay, then they're not including soccer clubs. That can't be possible.
No, not soccer. U.S. sports franchises.
Okay, you just did it, so let me do it. There's got to be. There's obviously 4 football franchises that are valued at more than them. Yeah. Then it's got to be the Yankees.
Yep.
The Warriors.
Yep.
And this is going to pain me. Is it the Knicks?
Yep.
And that's it. And the 49ers are 8th.
Ahead. No, I'm sorry, they're 9th. So there's another team ahead of the Niners.
I said Lakers.
Yeah. And coming in 10th is the Boston Red Sox.
Okay. That's different, because I kept thinking, because I was working this exercise in my head because I didn't see this article. Yeah. I'm like, there's got to be like 6 soccer franchises that are bigger than
a whole different animal right there. That's a whole different animal. I read this on Sportico. No, I didn't really read it on Sportico. I don't have a subscription, but it's via Sportico. That's what it is. But the Knicks are 3rd.
Really? So are the Cowboys number 1 or are the Yankees number 1?
Cowboys are 1 at 7.64 billion. Yankees are 2 at 7.01 billion. The Warriors, I bet this is something that no Warrior fan could have predicted 10, 15 years ago. They're 4th. $6.02 billion.
And not diminishing this at all. Like that also includes like stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That includes, so, obviously it includes the new arena there.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. 49ers 8th. That's amazing.
They were, I think if I read it right, they've moved up. They, I think they were 6th last year, and the football team or the Commanders have dropped. I think they were in the top 5 and they've dropped out of the top 5.
There's a report out there that Kevin Durant's going to meet with the Nets owner. I assume that's Josiah this week, excuse me.
He's just going to talk about how, you're going to stay. We're going to work this out. It's going to be all good. Nothing's coming of this.
I don't think so. Like I really don't think so. And I don't know if I assume the details of this meeting will absolutely be made public because that's just kind of how this stuff works. But I'm curious what the conversation is. Look, Kevin, we're trying. We can't. Like, we're not. You signed a contract, and if I don't know. Like, we always say what we would do. I have no idea what I would do if I was in Joe Tsai's position. But like, Kevin, you signed a 4-year deal to be here. Right. We can't just give you away for a nice wing player and a couple of draft picks. You're Kevin Durant. Like, we know who you are. Like, you're Kevin Durant. Like, bro, we can't. We can't. Like, there isn't a deal. There isn't a deal that can be done for you. Like, what can we do to make you happy here? Like, we can win right now.
Right.
Day one. You, Ben, Kyrie, y'all can win. What more do you want from me? Like, what do you want me to do right now? That's a tough spot to be in. I can understand if there's a year left. I can understand if you do the Anthony Davis bit and it's a year or 2 years, year and a half, whatever. I get that. 4 years? Like, your new contract hasn't started.
Right. Yeah. It starts this year.
That's tough, man. Like, that's tough.
That's ownership.
What more do you want from me?
Like, fam, we're does anyone have more sound on the board than Tyrese?
No. Tyrese that's a wild boy right there.
Yeah, that's true too. I hope we're not poking fun at like Tyrese's biggest emotional breakdown in history.
I think Tyrese is okay now. I think I saw him not too long ago on Instagram. I think he's okay.
Okay.
Just had a little bad spell.
All right. He ain't got to make movies with The Rock no more, so he's okay.
Is that done? Or are they ever going to be able to bring that back? Sure, for the right price they can.
I don't know. If I'm Tyrese, that video about the Black Rose album is hard to get over. Like, if I'm Tyrese, I don't know that I can ever get over that video. That's tough. That's tough. That's one of the funniest videos on the internet.
Bro, I was dying when I saw that for the first time. That was hilarious. I was going to ask you, though, real quick with the sports values, right? And I was thinking about this. I was like, what point would these people sell? And then I thought about it. I was like, they never sell. Like, why would you ever sell? You're
not certainly not these teams
sell because we want $7 billion. They're already rich.
And that's like the, and we'll get to this later. And I don't want to tear our it's not that much. We'll get to it later, but it's like the Tiger thing. Like, Tiger turned down $800 million. Yeah, Tiger's going to make billions over his lifetime because of what he's built with Nike. And because of the relationships he's built here with sponsors, to turn that over for an immediate or near immediate paycheck, like that ain't it. Like, that's not the way these dudes think. Like, they and I'm not. We'll get into that conversation about Liv and Tiger and all of that later. But I don't think they don't sell.
I remember when the Clippers sold, and they went for like $2 billion, right? For Ballmer. So,
and at the time, that was, I think, an above market. That was like, what do you want? $2 billion? Fine, here's $2 billion.
Right.
It was from a guy who literally didn't care.
People thought they were valued at close to $1 billion, like below $1 billion, and he went $1 billion more. It's just nuts. But
he hit him with the Diddy line. Diddy told the people at Arista when they signed him, he was like, "Look, I want you to find a number that makes me happy, and then when you get to that number, double it." That's what Steve Ballmer did. Steve Ballmer was like, "What number makes you happy? $1 million? Great. Here's 2. We never want to see you again."
Get out of my face. I'll never forget him just buying the form just like, leave me alone here. I want to build my spaceship over here in Inglewood. Like, just here, take this $800 million and get out of my face.
Yeah.
Threw the money at him like Rihanna throws the purse at the person. And that gift, when Rihanna throws a little bag at him.
Mm-hmm.
But when he bought that, the question was like, well, damn, how much are the Lakers worth?
Yeah.
And that's when people started that discussion. And I don't think Jeannie said it, but they were like, yo, at some point you'd have to have the discussion, like internally with your people about, do we sell? But I thought about it and I'm like, you sell to get rich and you're already rich.
Well,
so what are we selling for?
Well, you can also, I think there's other reasons that you sell too. You sell, maybe you want to get out. Maybe you don't have a succession plan. Or two, like what's to say the Cowboys $7.6 billion. Okay, that might be what the Cowboys are worth. A team, the 49ers, the Sacramento Kings. James always says it was like $2.1 billion right now. No, that's what they're valued at. Their value is what someone will pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the value. And the value is always going to be more than whatever that value that valuation is. Because it's like you're entering rarefied air. You get to do what very, very few people do, and you get to own a professional sports team.
See, I think that would make it more than the value.
That's what I mean. It's worth more.
I thought you meant the value was going to be more than what people paid for it.
Oh no, this isn't the housing market. No. I'm talking about like
we have the same page.
Yeah, no, like if the Kings are valued at 2.1, if someone comes in and says, I'll buy the Kings for 4.5, the Kings are now worth $4.5 billion.
Right. Well,
they're worth,
and on top of that, if this Sportico thing says the Kings are at 2.1, like that's where it starts for somebody trying to buy them, right? Like that's where the bidding starts. The ending number,
and you probably don't even have my attention. Yeah, you don't even have my attention if you're calling me with Kelly Blue Book. I'll pat, like I'm good, bro. Like I'm fine. We can just keep running this.
Right.
This ain't CarMax, dog. Like give me something that moves me here.
Yeah. So I thought about that too. I was like, man, I wonder if one of these people ever sell, but I'm sure like said, there will be reasons, but it's not going to happen often.
But the number of people who could buy the Dallas Cowboys or the number of people who could buy the New York Yankees, it's just so. Right. I mean, most people would look at it like these are just nothing but. The Cowboys are a measuring stick. You know what I mean by that? Mm-hmm. They're a measuring stick for Jerry Jones. That's all it is.
Right.
Most of these other dudes with money, what the hell am I going to do with the Cowboys? I don't want that headache. Absolutely. Right. These dudes got league meetings and no. Like, well, what am I going to do with that? Y'all can do whatever you want with that. Like, that's not an investment most people want to make unless you want the flex. That's what sports teams are to most of these people. And for some, it's not. Like Mark Davis, it's business. Like for Jeannie Buss, the Lakers are her business. Not to insinuate, like the Cowboys are certainly Jerry Jones's business. Cowboys are a fraction of where Jerry Jones's money comes from. Jerry Jones' money comes from all over the place. And a fraction of it is the Dallas Cowboys.
Do you think that has turned into his biggest money making?
The Cowboys?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
He still has oil though, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But he has like he's got the concession stand stuff, not the concession stands. He's got like some sort of it's something with like a specific type of concession stand. It's like all over the NFL.
Right. He's the supplier.
He's the one
supplier.
He's a slime ball, but that dude is brilliant. He's a brilliant slime ball. Like you ever I'm always amazed that if you ever get like a catalog or a thing in the mail for like Macy's 25% off sale, men's merchandise. You ever look at the fine print? It'll exclude certain things. If you ever look at the fine print, it'll exclude certain things that you could buy at Macy's on discount. And one of those things is Dallas Cowboy merchandise.
Oh, wow.
Not NFL merchandise, but Dallas Cowboy merchandise.
Man, I never knew.
And that stuff Jerry worked into every deal. You cannot sell his merchandise on discount without approval from him.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
We'll come back, man. We'll talk Kings basketball. We got Wu-Tang Clan tickets coming up. We've got Jason Jones set to join us in the final hour. Plenty more ahead here as D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, that's right. I didn't even. The only way someone gets in is if it gets sold is if someone dies or it's a scandal.
Yeah, and even or like the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean that was a death, right? The owner died.
They didn't want to deal with it anymore.
He's essentially not suspended. Jerry Jones worth 11.8. Wow, I would have guessed more than that. Oh wow, Cameron, I didn't know that. I did not know that. So you have to buy it from the Cowboys website, I assume. Amazing.
Wait, the Cowboys aren't on NFL Shop?
That's what Cam says.
Wow. Wow.
Uh-oh. Sounding a little rocky on my end. I think the key card not working is happening.
Oh no!
I'm hearing my
Adams.
I'm hearing the thing glitch a little bit. They're on NFL Shop. Cam, they're on NFL Shop. I'm looking at it right now. I don't think this redirected me anywhere. It looks like it's just a regular NFL website. Oh yeah. Got a problem over here. Yeah, we got a problem.
What was that? That was.
Is it? Sorry, is it on your end, Jesse? Is it on your end? Okay, can you pop me up?
Okay. Check 1, check 2.
Okay.
What was that? That was a Pepsi commercial, I think, with the Cowboys and Dion and Jerry. Dion's doing something, and Jerry goes, "Get me Dion," or something like that.
Yeah.
They made it with like the Dallas theme music or something like that.
I remember that Sports Illustrated cover. I feel like it said, "Is this man worth $25 million?"
Like this. And he's in
yeah.
That hurt me. It just left the night. I was like, come on, man. I was not happy.
I've only had 2 football jerseys. And old Dion Cowboys was one, and Terrell Owens was the other.
T.O. with the Cowboys?
Yeah.
That one hurt me too.
Toyota Amphitheater, Marysville.
That's the one that's been there for a long time, though, right?
Yeah, it's been there a while.
Behind, yeah, I think I've been there before. I think I saw Nas, Ludacris.
Yeah,
was out there.
Yeah,
that was popping. To answer your question, Jesse, Dion is the one that comes to my mind first.
I feel like the Chatty House. What was the question?
Yeah, sorry about that, Chatty House. Jesse asked, what was the player who left from your team that hurt the most? I mean, I guess it might be Boogie. But he got traded. That was different. He didn't leave. I'm thinking of like somebody that just
yeah, T.O. just I was gonna say T.O. got cut. No, he didn't. He got cut from the Cowboys.
T.O. Yeah, but T.O. Yeah, remember that situation where he didn't want to resign with the 49ers, He said, I'm going to be a free agent. I'm leaving. We'll talk about it. So during the break, Jesse asked a question about what player leaving your favorite team hurt you the most. The first thing that came to my mind was Deion leaving the Niners, going to the Cowboys. Deion was a free agent, went to the Cowboys. I was like, you really just left us. Boogie was one we talked about, but Boogie was traded. So that technically fits the question, but it's different because he didn't want to leave. He was forced out. But we talked about, then I mentioned T.O. leaving the 49ers, which hurt as well. But remember the situation that happened with that? T.O. said, I'm leaving the Niners. I don't want to be here. I'm going, or whatever, right? And it was like, all right, he's leaving. And his agent forgot to file the papers for him to be a free agent.
Oh, that's right.
So he wasn't a free agent, and he was Niners. He was under contract with the Niners.
Yeah.
They worked out a trade for him to go to Philadelphia. That's how he got to Philadelphia.
I forgot about that. Oh, that's a crazy story.
Can you imagine that today? That would be crazy.
An agent forgetting to file paperwork.
Yeah. So T.O. left us as a free agent, but technically it was a trade to Philadelphia.
Amazing. Oh, that's incredible. We've got tickets to see the Wu-Tang Clan at the Toyota Amphitheater coming up in about 10 minutes. Hang tight. We'll have those for you. You presented an interesting scenario regarding the Sacramento Kings before the show. I'm curious if you want to share that with the world, or have you backed off this potential idea?
Well, no. I mean, we talking about it. I don't know what happened. We talking about it.
We haven't seen it. Like the scenario you presented, we've seen it sort of, but like it's an interesting. We haven't
high,
right? Yeah,
I think that's the difference. So, shout out Matt George, Matty McQueen. I was listening to his podcast, Locked On Kings, in the latest episode, and he was just talking about like some alternate, feels like alternate universe scenarios or whatever. But one of them that came to my mind, and I think he asked the question too, but came to my mind was, with the mandate that I have for the Sacramento Kings to make the playoffs, or at the very least be the play-in, like it has to happen. What if it doesn't happen, but De'Aaron Fox isn't necessarily the reason? What if De'Aaron plays like he did in the it wasn't the bubble, but the year after that, when he averaged 25 points a game or something like that? Oh, second half of the season averaged 28. What if he's 26, 27 points a night and they don't make the playoffs? Number one, I find it hard to believe that he'll have that type of season and they don't make it. But, just for argument's sake, what if it happens and they don't make the playoffs? We've said a number of different times that if it doesn't happen this year, you got to look to move on from De'Aaron Fox, because this just isn't working. In that scenario, it feels like he would have done everything that he could have done to make that dream a reality, and it didn't get done. Do we put that on him, or whatever else went wrong during that season?
Boy, I feel like that's a loaded question. The first thing that immediately comes to mind is you're going to get people who are saying you can't win with that type of player. That's why we needed to keep Tyrese. Tyrese makes everybody around him better. De'Aaron is a stat chaser. He's out to get his numbers. He didn't make Malik Monk better. Kevin Huerter can play in Atlanta, but he can't play in Sacramento. That's De'Aaron Fox's fault. My feeling is, and I know you're speaking more of how the organization handles it, my fear is that's how a portion of the fan base handles it, is they blame it on De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox becomes, the latest boogie. You can't win with that guy. He's not. Oh, and God forbid if he's do-rag De'Aaron, or he's a curmudgeon. If it's that whole deal in the post games again, yeah, that's going to be a tough call. From a basketball perspective, I don't know, man. I kind of feel like De'Aaron gets the blame no matter what.
From a basketball perspective, like with that, wouldn't be able to bring him back. Like, is his time in Sacramento over?
If I understand the question is, what if De'Aaron plays well and the team is still a failure? What do you do?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like it's still going to fall on the shoulders of De'Aaron. And even if it's not on you can't win with that guy. You just can't. Oh, he's just like John Wall. John Wall score a bunch of points, but you can't win with him. You can't get anywhere with him. It'll also be his value is really high right now because he's coming off a 27 point per game season or whatever. And, you sell it as Sabonis was a disappointment because obviously there's going to be a long list of disappointments if this scenario winds up being true.
Right.
If this scenario winds up playing out, it means Sabonis was bad, but it's a stunning amount of things. Like it means Sabonis is bad. Malik Monk is bad. Kevin Huerter is bad. Harrison's probably gone. Davion Mitchell didn't get any better, probably regressed. Like it's a bunch of, I think that's fair to call those like far-fetched scenarios. But it still makes De'Aaron, but even in all of that, it still makes De'Aaron the most tradable asset.
I agree with you. Like there's, in my opinion, everything else within the Sacramento Kings would have to go wrong for him to be that good, and they still not make a playoff run.
Anything, yeah.
Yeah, so it's far-fetched, but I thought about it. But the other thing I thought about was I've said playoffs, and we talk about the playoff drought, the year not ending unless you get in a playoff series. Then it just really just depends on how people word it. They haven't made the postseason or they haven't made the playoff. You know what I mean? So the wording of that changes. But do we consider, and this goes back to a question maybe that we asked before about Cleveland's season this past year. If it's say the Kings just play one playing game and lose, is that a successful season? It's postseason.
If
they were the 9, not the 10, say we're the 9 seed, and that would be tough because they would have lost a home game,
right?
You'd have lost a home game to get knocked out to the lower seed. That would have been crazy. But do we consider that a successful season?
I'm sorry. I need more clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a win total.
I knew you were going to say win. I knew you were going to say the win total.
Because if it's what was last year again? 34 for the playing team. Yeah, was it 34?
Yeah, let me see real quick. The Spurs.
It'll take 2 seconds.
Got it. Spurs 34.
So 34 wins in a play-in exit. No, that's not a successful season. It's not. Cleveland's situation, as painful, as excruciating as it would be, that's a successful season.
Cleveland won
44 games.
Wow.
But remember, I thought that was a brilliant question that you asked. It was months ago at this point. It was a while ago. But you had to, for those that forgot, you had to think about it. Would you take the Cleveland Cavaliers season of last year? And it was, okay, you got eliminated in the play-in, and I think that's what everybody remembers. But you forget they were number 1 in the East for a minute.
They were on fire for 30 games.
They were top 6 for most of the season.
Mm-hmm.
It was really the final 2 weeks stands out, but I feel like it was 4 weeks where it was like, oh, they're going to be a play-in team. They might not be a playoff team. And then they had like a really bad loss to, it was like Orlando or Detroit. It was one of those really bad ones that would have, it would have put them back in the vicinity of, they would have been a half game out of 6 if they had won that. They got blown out. You take all of that and then 2 playoff losses. That was still a successful season for Cleveland. Like, Cleveland's still on the right track. It's tough to go through all of those emotions in 1 year, but Cleveland's on the right track. That's a successful season for Sacramento. Hell, Charlotte too.
Now, Charlotte is in that, than what I just said. Now, yours is more on the win total. And also, that's phenomenal knowledge by you. They lost to the Magic 120-115. And
I remember it. I was geared up. Like, this was their moment. Like, all right, you've fallen apart a little bit, but you've got this game here against Orlando. You'll be right back on track. And they got killed. And that was it. They were done from there.
Yeah.
And they just kept falling further and further back.
They couldn't get back on the good foot. But you say Charlotte, and once again, for the conversation that we tend to have, and I understand why you say it, and I know you're going to say it every time. It's more about the win total as opposed to the final destination.
Yeah.
So Charlotte with 43 wins on the season.
But I mean, I want that. I want that destination to be there too, even if they lose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 43 wins and not making the play-in. That to me is a successful season. It's going to be a lot tougher to swallow. There's no scenario, by the way, at least I don't think, where the 10th seed has 44 wins.
Right. And doesn't.
But still, you're right. I'm harping on the win total more than anything else.
So if they're and I'm reading this correctly, I guess I missed this. So if they were the 9 seed, they'd be guaranteed at least 2 games. Because the Clippers were the 9. They lost to Minnesota, which was the 7. And then the Clippers played the Pelicans in a winner take all. So if you got to 9, you're guaranteed, not only are you guaranteed 2 games, but you're guaranteed a home game. They can get to 9. They can get to 9. This is a good team on paper. They can get to 9. Will they get to 9? I don't know. They can get to 9. San Antonio with 34 wins.
Yeah.
Like, you can get to 10. The Pelicans had 36 wins.
I was going to say 34 and 36 got you into the play-in last year.
All that they did, and I know maybe the West will be a little stronger or whatever, all that they did can equate to 5 more wins. You got a new coach, new shooting guard, new rookie, all rookie selection. You got Sabonis for a whole year. That don't equal 5 more. Well, that's for 5 more wins. 5. I think that'll get you in. So 5, I guess 5 in winning the play-in and getting to the playoffs. Like, I 5 more wins. You're a 35 win team, but you win your play-in games and get to the final 8. That's a successful season. Yeah. Maybe not everywhere. Here in Sacramento, yes.
No, I get it. You're in the playoffs. That sucks. Like, come on, dude. Can we please finish with? I know 40 wins is successful. Can we finish with 41? Can we just finish at 500? I'm not even asking for above 5. I'm not even asking for what the Clippers did last year. Just be 41 and 41.
Yeah. I gotta amend something real quick, and I know what happened. I said the Clippers were 9 and they were guaranteed 2. That's not what happened.
Okay, I know what you did because I'm looking at it too, and I don't challenge your memory because your memory is so much better than I. But I couldn't.
8 and they lost. So in the final standings, they put them at 9.
Right.
That's what
I couldn't remember that game. I was like, I was
like, that can't be right. 9 gets 2 games. No, I was
trying to figure out when Willie Green cried. Like, there were so many things I was trying to work out in my head that I couldn't.
I'm telling you, at halftime, I said, "Come on, man, why you crying?"
Cried like Kenny Caraway did in Las Vegas.
I shed a tear.
It's not what those TikTok videos from the kids say. I found all you have to do, go to TikTok, search punk ass Coach Caraway, and you'll see it like right there. Like, what is he crying for? They've got you. There was one remix version that's got you next to Tyrese. It's crazy, bro. Internet's wild, man. You got to be careful. You never know who got a camera phone.
While you're there, follow ESPN 1320 on TikTok.
Please. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. We have got your tickets right now to see Wu-Tang, the Wu-Tang Clan, October 2nd at the Toyota Amphitheater. Summers Live is here. Get 4 tickets for $80, all in to select shows in the Sacramento area. Tickets are available now till August 9th. 7 more days, 1 more week at livenation.com/Summers Live.
What day is that again?
The concert?
Yeah.
October 2nd.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
October 2nd, Wu-Tang Clan Toyota Amphitheater. Caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. And we'll get you all set up again, 916-349-1320. Caller number 3.
Gotta go.
Yeah.
I mean, Wu-Tang in Sacramento-ish.
Sacramento-ish.
Like, come on, man. How can we not?
That venue still. I can't believe that venue still grabbing acts like Wu-Tang.
Yeah, it is a trip. And in October. I mean, it is Sacramento, so October is it'll be fine, but
101.
I remember last year the Lost in Rhythm festival was like the first weekend of October, and they were getting mad because they ran out of water. They're like, oh, it's too hot.
You know, I don't think that's here this year.
Don't remind me.
Sacramento literally ran that festival out of town.
That's a sore subject for me.
Yeah, Sacramento literally ran that festival out of town. And that's too bad because I know who's at this year's.
Come on, man. Come on, man. That's a sore subject for me. I saw what was going on. I said, come on, man. If they do that with Soul,
weren't even there, we're tweeting about it.
Weren't there.
We're not there.
I was at both days. I'm not saying whatever. I don't know. I don't know somebody's experience. I was at both days. Perfectly fine. Festive, safe, fine environment. Wow.
Yeah, we had a dope-ass musical festival in this city with some dope-ass promoters, and it got run out of town.
They were bringing people in from all over the country, man, to come see that. If they mess around with Soul Bloom, I'm going to State Capitol.
Oh, don't say that. That has new connotation. Like, be careful. We don't want you.
Oh, no.
We don't. No. Hey, kidding. No. Hey, he's kidding. To whoever is listening to this, he's kidding. And he's not going to the state capitol.
No. It's not that. It's not
not what we do here
at all. No.
Not what he meant.
Forgot it's 2022. You can't just be saying that all right.
You can't do that. Yeah.
It's not that. It's not that. Just don't let Soul Bloom leave. Okay. How about that? Don't let that happen.
We've seen the team not win games when De'Aaron Fox has played well, but we've never seen a team, at least what we think, this good with De'Aaron Fox before.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be a tough question to answer. Like, there's going to be, Buddy's gone. Marvin's gone. Who are you going to blame? Like, there's going to be a Russell Westbrook on the team that you're going to have to point your finger at and say, he's the problem. There could be 10 other problems, but you're going to have to be able to point to one and say, that's the problem. It's been easy to point at Buddy Hield and say, this is the problem, or that is the problem. He doesn't want to be here. It's this and that. It's been easy to point at Marvin Bagley and blame him for whatever faults this organization had. It's all gone.
Yeah.
You going to blame Vladdy for sitting courtside at Summer League? We're starting to is it a 50 Cent curse? Like, we're starting to run out of people to blame, of scenarios to blame. And man, that's so I honest to God feel like De'Aaron will get the bulk of the blame if he plays well and it goes wrong. I've said it before, everything rides on De'Aaron, but that I always took that to mean something, good or bad in terms of his play. I never thought of a scenario where he plays well and still gets blamed for the team losing.
And that would be that would be unfortunate, because if he's out here doing everything that he can and that he's supposed to do, and it doesn't work, and not only like it won't be like you've talked about numerous times with Devin Booker. It won't be, oh, we got to get De'Aaron Fox out of there, to save his career. It's going to be like, this is your fault. It's like, what? What? But you're right. I think that's how it will play out. And that would be unfortunate. That'd be really unfortunate.
It seems like, if not the most unlikely scenario, one of the most unlikely scenarios, because you said this earlier. You literally everything else would have to go wrong. Like, you can't get nothing from Sabonis,
right?
Or Herter, or Monk, or Harrison. Like, nothing. That doesn't seem likely. But in the same vein, though, I think we all collectively feel good about the Kings offseason. And we'll talk about the grades that I think some offseason grades came out. Jason Jones wrote about it, as a matter of fact, for The Athletic. We'll touch on those in a minute. I think we all collectively feel good about the way that the offseason went. But I'm also fully of the mindset, like some things need to come together too. Like, there's still okay. I feel like Monty McNair did his part with Mike Brown and Malik Monk and Kevin Herter and obviously Keegan Murray, who we haven't even mentioned yet. He would just have to have a disastrous rookie season for the scenario to play out the way we just laid out. Now I think it kind of transitions a little bit to a certain degree from Monty to Mike. Like now, and certainly it rests on the player's shoulders too. But I think we've said, De'Aaron to me is number one. Everything starts and stops, head of the class, head of the snake, whatever phrase you want to use. To me, Mike's second. You could put Sabonis and obviously I feel the way I do about Davion and Keegan, whatever your expectations are for him. But for me, it's De'Aaron 1 and Mike Brown 2.
Yeah, I get that. I absolutely get that. And I think what Mike Brown is going to be able to do with this group, and we talk about, like I said, just bare bottom worst case scenario, get 5 more wins out of this group. I mean, he should be able to do that alone. Like, we talk about what this team will need to improve on the win total, on the overall win total. The fact that you got a new coach in here, that should be worth at least 5 wins, 5 to 7 wins. And then if Fox is playing well and Herter and Monk and all that, maybe that's a game for each player. You know what I mean? Then you're up to 40. But Mike Brown and what we're looking forward to him creating culture-wise with the group and leadership-wise and game plan and schematically, that should be worth about 5 wins alone.
It goes, yeah. I mean, again, 5's not enough.
No.
I know what your point is. You're using the barometer of the play-in teams last year. Hey, I don't want to set the barometer at 5.
No, it should be
a lot higher.
I say, Rory says, they improved, but I don't think they improved 11 plus games. Well, they better find a way.
That's fair enough.
And I understand what he's saying, but they better find a way. I'm looking at, they need to be 8 to 11 games better. 38, 41 wins.
Okay. I'm with that. I want 40 just for our guys at the Chase Center. Came out and said 40 wins, baby, after summer league. I want the part of me wants the 40 wins just for them. I really want the 41 just because of the optics, but like our guys, if we could get the 40 wins for them, they would now be prophets in the lore of they win 40 games and win and get to the final 8. Man.
Legends. Those guys are legends.
Absolutely. Those guys can sit courtside with you for a special select game. Not directly next to him because you're not allowed to sit directly next to Kenny, but in the general vicinity of Kenny, you can sit with him. We'll come back. We will. We mentioned the offseason grades from The Athletic. Our man Jason Jones had a quick blurb on that. Jason Jones, of course, going to join us 1 hour from now. So we'll continue to talk basketball. Also, another article in The Athletic today about LeBron James. LeBron James is eligible for a 2-year, I think it's a $98 million extension to Thursday. Is he, are we going to take this Bronny thing seriously? Like, is he really going to go play his last year? Like, is he just going to go sign with whoever drafts his son? And how loud does that story get over the next year? Because that could make for an interesting draft. We'll talk that. More basketball, more NBA when we return here. It's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Number 1 pick in the NBA draft.
Yeah, right.
LeBron James.
I'll be right back.
All right. Let me get this up here because we do have a 13th round. Oh, Damien. There we go. Now let's get this. 13th round. What's your main man, Kenny Caraway? Big ups to my people over at Meister Watches. Always doing what they do. Showing love. Shout out Jovan and the whole crew as well. My main man, Danny Garcia. And I do mean my main man, Danny Garcia. I like Danny Garcia, man. I think he's good for the sport. I like the dynamic with him and Angel, although Angel sometimes be wilding. All right. But I like the dynamic of father and son and how they've stuck together and they've made it work. He fought Jose Benavidez, little big brother, over the weekend. Easily gets a win in the decision over Benavidez in Danny Garcia's debut at 154. I was reading some things. I was listening to some things before the fight where they talked about Danny looking for what he could do at 154. He said he wants to be a 3-division champion. And one of the things that they talked about, and I think it was Chris Mannix or somebody like that who talked about PBC being interested in making Garcia versus Jamel Charlo at 154. And they kind of sneezed at that. They're like, that'd be whack. Or, maybe they thought Mel would beat Danny rather easily. And Mel would definitely be favored. But when you talk about what's next for Danny Garcia, when you talk about what's next for Mel after Tim Tszyu, I like the prospects of a matchup between Garcia and Mel. Once again, Mel would be favored. Mel would be the guy that I would pick to win. But Danny Garcia has made a career over being a giant killer and beating the odds and being an underdog and getting wins. And you got two personalities there. You got two well-known guys who would come together, and Danny getting a shot at 154. So if that came to fruition, which I don't think it does anytime soon, maybe, like I said, after the Tim Tszyu fight, if Mel gets past that, maybe he's looking for a fight. Danny Garcia would be a fine fight for Mel Charlo. But I want to see what Danny's able to do here at 154 and if he's able to stick. That's the 13th round. That's posturing. They ain't taking no tune-ups. Fight will get done. Fight will get done. I heard Spence is already he's in training right now, training for Bud. Boxing is popping, Steven. He's sleeping, bro. Boxing world is live right now. Now, UFC, I'd have no chance. Nate Diaz, who's he fighting? You know? Oh, that was a bomb. Wow. Rockies go up 3-0.
Tamir Crockett, another season-ending ACL tear at practice.
Yeah, the Broncos. Wow.
Mm,
Wow. That's terrible.
awful. Awful, awful, awful.
Wow.
Shout out to the Buck father.
Excuse me?
That's his Twitter handle. He won tickets to Wu-Tang.
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
That's his Twitter handle. I'm just reading. That's all. Just
Big
hey,
ups to him. Big ups to him, man.
Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, man. Man, say what's up. Me and Damien gonna be out there, man.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm still trying to work out Kendrick Lamar too.
Yeah.
I don't think we can miss that one. I really hate they do the general admission on the floor. Like, that's so obnoxious. But I check prices regularly to see if they ever get rid of those stupid platinum seating. Like, I don't want a lanyard, dude. Give me my ticket and my seat and leave me alone. Charge me an extra $150 so I can have a Kendrick Lamar lanyard. What the hell am I going to do with this? Do I get to go in the back and smoke with Kendrick Lamar? I get to have a drink? What are we doing? What's this lanyard do? An air, please. Charge me $150 more for it. Get out of here. Platinum seats.
By the way, hold on. I got you. Just 1 second here.
Oh.
Eric Hosmer was traded to the Boston Red Sox. So I guess that wasn't part of the plan. Let's say no.
Oh, I guess not. Huh. What did you say he went to the Red Sox?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it was a funny thought, though.
It was funny.
It was a funny thought. The Athletic gave out some off-season grades to all of the NBA teams. Jason Jones wrote about the Sacramento Kings. Jason Jones will be with us 1 hour from now. J-Row, after years of lacking depth, the rotation was bolstered via trade, free agency, and the draft, making this potentially the best roster in years. There's more size on the wings in shooting, which should help De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. The Kings should be in contention for the play-in tournament with the chance to end the longest playoffless drought. Wait, what? Are we live? Is this show live? Can we start over? The Kings should be in contention for the play-in tournament with a chance to end the longest playoff-less streak in history of 16 seasons. I can read the words in front of me, like they're right there. All you have to do is read them, but for some reason that last sentence was really, really difficult.
That's high level.
In my head, I'm telling a dude with a master's degree who's been writing his entire life, no, you worded this sentence wrong, Jason.
Professor.
You worded this sentence wrong, Professor, because I can't read it. It's worded wrong solely for the reason that I can't read it. He gave the Kings a B.
That's fair. I gave him an A. I think the Kings, all things considered, pound for pound, when you talk about everything they were up against and all the obstacles of, having an offseason in Sacramento, you drafted a guy in Keegan Murray who won the Summer League MVP, looks to have a very promising rookie season. You were able to get a free agent to come here, Malik Monk, who was it was a lower class, but still one of the top free agents available this year. And you were able to swing a deal for Kevin Huerter, another starting guard on a playoff team. I think that's an A. I think that's an A.
And I also I don't know, and maybe the professor doesn't grade on a curve. How much better could it have been? That's what I keep looking at. Like, what more could you have done?
Right.
Like the Kings aren't landing Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and those types of players. Now that you can have your questions about Harrison Barnes, but I'd rather have Harrison Barnes than making a trade just for the sake of making a trade. I think Harrison Barnes still works on this team. Now that there's questions about what happens in February and what happens in the offseason. Like I understand that, but I also believe that you don't just have to move on from him for nothing, just because of those circumstances that could be facing you. I don't know that they could have done any better, to be honest.
I feel the same way. I really do. I feel the same way. They even got a little creative, and they even got a little aggressive. Like you call the Kevin Huerter deal with, there's a lot of protections with the first round picks. I mean, that's something that, I'd been talking about for a while of, don't just worry about keeping the picks all the time. Go get somebody. And if it means a pick, then you got to look into that. And they did that. So I don't think there's much more they could have done realistically. But I also understand if the professor or anybody else doesn't want to grade on the curve and just has, this is what I look at for an offseason, not specifically for the Kings situation or whatever. Just this is how an offseason should go, and this is what I'm doing.
I just noticed too, he also didn't mention Mike Brown, who I feel like is I feel like he's an important part of what the Kings did this offseason. And arguably, for me, he's the second most important part of this upcoming season, behind De'Aaron Fox. I don't know what more they could have done outside of drafting or acquiring a younger Harrison Barnes. Also on The Athletic is an article about LeBron James in his future. He's eligible, which is always a big story. He's eligible for a 2-year, $98 million extension in a couple of days. And if he signs it, that ends a lot of question about his future and his, I guess, desire to play with his son, because the Lakers don't have a pick. Of course they don't. When Bronny is eligible for the draft in 2024, it's 2022. 2024. So I mean, if LeBron just flat out turns down the extension, doesn't sign it, or whatever the case may be, that's going to create some noise around LeBron. And then I started wondering, like, okay, how loud does this truly get? Because it's there, like we all heard it, but I feel like it's kind of a murmur. Like you're Brian Windhurst, not to stir the pot. But Cleveland's got enough space to sign LeBron James if they want to. And everyone will follow it up with, no, I don't think they're going to do that. He likes it in Los Angeles. I don't think that's going to happen. But everybody makes sure to float it out there.
Yeah.
How loud does this noise about Bronny and LeBron get if he really has intentions on playing with them?
Hey, I think it gets as loud as it possibly can. I think it's a real thing. And I think he really does want to play with his son and is looking to do that. I mean, at this point, what else is there to do but to say, hey, I play with my son?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like he's won his championships. If he's gonna win one more, that's up for debate if he can or whatever. I don't think any of that is going to change. You talk about his legacy. I don't think his legacy is going to change much one way or the other. He's going to have the all-time scoring record after this season. So the next thing is let's do something nobody's done before, or at least hasn't been done at this level. Let me play with my son, and wherever he's at, I'll sign there to make it happen.
And no father-son duo has ever played in the league at the same time. Is that right?
I don't think so. I was hesitant to say nobody's ever done it before. But maybe there is, but
I'm just taking a quick look. None of the maths. It doesn't work. Like just looking at father-son duos, there's no. And I obviously I did a quick search to see. I don't think it's ever happened before. There've been plenty of father-son duos in the league, but never at the same time.
Right.
I mean, and think that'll be LeBron's. Will that be his 20th season?
2014, maybe 21st. Because weren't they 2003?
2003.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there probably aren't a lot of 20-year veterans in the NBA.
Wasn't it Dirk and Kobe? Didn't they both go for 20 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's yeah. Yep. I don't know. I'm just curious how. Like, does Bronny get drafted like third or fourth?
That's the other elephant in the room.
If you're a team, do you go like, yo, I'll do it for a year? Like, I mean, and it would also like depend. Like, if you're a team that, I'm trying to think of an example from this past year. I mean, Portland. If you're the Portland Trailblazers, this version of the Portland Trailblazers, and you moved up to 1, and you can draft Bronny and get LeBron James for a year with Dame Lillard and everything else you did this offseason, do you thinking this could win a title? It might only win a title for a year if things go well. Maybe we keep LeBron. Like, people thought Brady was only going to be around for a year, but he's stuck around. He's going to have another chance to win a championship in Tampa Bay because his plot to move to Miami got foiled multiple times. But do you do it? Like, yo, let's draft Bronny at 1, 2, and LeBron signs here. Yo, we could win a title. It doesn't work with like Houston,
right?
But it would work if a team kind of moved up and won the lottery.
So let me think of the teams that were in the lottery. What's the worst team? Or I don't know if that's the right phrase, but the worst team that could do this. Because like Portland, I don't think you could. Like, you're not good enough.
Who's
championship?
Who's closer? Like, I was trying to think of the closest team who would have a chance in the lottery.
Charlotte
closer than Portland?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So Charlotte is a team that you think of. I was going to say Indiana. I don't think Indiana's close enough, though.
Right on cue. Bronny's working out at the Lakers facility. Right on cue. It's LeBron, Bryce, and Bronny.
Oh, man. I'm trying to think. So
the Lakers are about to trade Russell Westbrook for a 2024 pick.
Oh, yeah. They need one. So they're going to trade Russ and make it happen. Wow. Well, look here. I don't think that's going to be the case now, because they'll have Donovan Mitchell. But the Knicks without Donovan Mitchell.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
That's the money to get LeBron.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, the hysteria. Oh, the hysteria for the Knicks to win the lottery. Oh. Oh, that'd be awful. But the question really becomes, and I think the reason I'm framing it with the Knicks or Charlotte, or like with one of the good teams, because if you're like Orlando or Detroit or Houston, you can't afford to do it.
Yeah,
like you can't draft Bronny and get LeBron and think that does anything for you. Because it doesn't. You have to be a team that goes, no, like, we can win a championship right now with LeBron James.
And especially, not only are you, like, if you're Orlando, you're trying to do that to get LeBron, then you don't have a chance to win a championship. You'd also be passing on the consensus number 1 player in the country. You know what I mean? Like, you'd be passing on Paolo to draft Bronny to get LeBron for a championship you're not going to win.
Right. And then you just blew the top pick.
Yeah.
Or, the next 7 or 8 years or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. The Knicks would have the team around, and they'd be desperate enough to do it.
Oh, for sure. Do you think the Knicks have already had this conversation? So I'm trying to be a good journalist and ask one question at a time, but these two really do go together. Have the Knicks already had that conversation? And how many NBA teams have had that conversation where it's like, if we win the lottery, like, where's our breaking point with Bronny? where are we willing to draft him with the chance to sign LeBron James?
I think, first of all, the Knicks, yes. Second of all,
the Knicks discussed it at the press conference. The second LeBron said it, they like, hey, did you hear that? 2 years, baby. We got him. We finally got him. 2 years.
They ain't afraid of a little tampering. Knicks will Tom Brady this thing and push the envelope as much as possible.
Based off what I read this morning, why wouldn't more teams tamper? There's literally no punishment for it.
Just do it.
Yeah, just get your owners involved. They don't care.
30 teams in the NBA. 20 have talked about it. 20 laid out a scenario as to how this could happen and what they'd be willing to pass up for a year of LeBron James.
It probably also depends on what that class looks like. And I don't know. This feels extreme, and obviously it's sports talk. This is what we're doing. 1, 2, 3. That's extreme. But you start getting into, and again, I don't know what the 2024 draft looks like. That's far more your bag than mine. But you start getting into the middle of the draft, and I'm talking about the middle of the first round, even late lottery. That's where I think you start having like, hey, should we do this?
Yeah. Now you're talking.
And then you already start okay, what's the dollar figure? Like, I think he said he'd take a minimum or something. Okay, Bron. Like, okay. But still, you probably got to be safe and clear some space. And John Bull brings this up. Bron's brilliant, guaranteeing his son gets a pick in the first round. All of that too. Like, hey, it's get him in a system. Teams willing to be patient with him.
Yeah. Nah, I'm thinking of this scenario, right? And I'm like, LeBron really can change the fortunes of that 2024 draft.
Right.
Change the fortunes of how this goes on, where Bronny goes, or whatever the case may be. It's a commendable thing to do, for father to do for a son. I think in some aspects, if I was LeBron, I'd kind of push back on that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you don't. I was about to say maybe even publicly, because you don't want that for Bron to be like, the only reason you're here is because your dad wants to come. Like, that's one of my thoughts. Is like, I wouldn't want to, if I was Bron, I don't know if I'd want to put that on him, where people look at him as just he's only here because of his dad, and he only got drafted this high because of his dad, whatever the case may be. That may be a lot. They also may not care. They may be like, hey, do whatever. We'll deal with that later. Just get me in there. So there's that aspect. But you also got to think about it like this. If any of these owners, will I be in a position to win a championship? Probably not. But will I have a arena sold out for 41 games? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I know a lot of people don't like to necessarily think about that when they think owners, and when they think it's all about winning. Well, sometimes, making money matters too. You know what I mean?
It does.
And if I was, say, let's just throw out the Kings, if they're not better off, or whatever the case may be, in 2 years, you got crowds like you had this past year. Hell, I need 41 sellouts. I need 41 sellouts this year. And LeBron, they will do that. They will keep me relative, and maybe I'll even make the playoffs. I know I'm not going to win a championship, but they'll keep me in the conversation, and have people showing up. That matters.
Just getting started. Kings will have $39 million in cap space in 2024. I assume that's if Sabonis doesn't resign. I assume that's what that money is.
So somebody said in the chat, I forgot who it was, should have started, but they were like, yeah, Kings luck. That's going to be the year the Hawks convey the first round pick in draft.
Magic Johnson tweeted Adam Silver should retire the number 6 across the NBA in honor of Bill Russell's legacy. What do you think about retiring the number 6 league wide?
I'm okay with that. I'm more okay with that than when they were trying to push for 23 to be retired.
I don't think that was they. That was he. I think that was only LeBron. And I think the reason LeBron was pushing for 23 to be retired is because he knew he was leaving Cleveland, going to Miami, where 23 was retired, and he was switching numbers.
With this guy, man.
Just yeah, man. We gotta honor Michael Jordan. I'm not gonna wear 23. I'm gonna go to my Olympic number. I'm gonna go to 6. And he just happens to sign with the team that has 23 retired. I'm sure that's a coincidence. I love LeBron James, but come on, man.
Now that particular move.
What number did he wear in Cleveland, by the way? When he went back?
23.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Now that move by Pat Riley, I look down on that move. What are you doing retiring Jordan's number and putting it in the rafters?
I like Pat. Pat Riley's got respect for Michael Jordan. They probably got business deal. They probably gambled many nights away. Who knows? Like
these dudes retire Jordan's number. That's like, and rest in peace to him. That's like if the Kings retired Kobe's number right now. What that look like?
Well, also the complexities of which one.
Both.
Right? Like which one you got?
8. That have crazy.
24 in the Raptors and it's not for Bobby? Like, oh, no, it's Kobe. Oh.
That would look crazy. Or we'll just say if they retire Luka's jersey, something like that.
The Lakers retired Doug Christie's number. 8. Doug Christie's number. And
he had 8 before Kobe, huh?
I believe if you do some Google image searching, you can find.
I did not know that.
In a number 8 jersey. I do like the idea. I mean, it's not like Bill Russell's legacy is short anywhere in the playoffs. It's not like it, or anywhere in the league. It's not like it can't be found. Retiring the number 6 is a good one.
That's fine. I don't have any problem with that.
I also think it's like, okay, if you want to, you can, but that's like you only do that for one player.
Yeah, and that's what I worry about too. Because
like with Jackie, I say less. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to do it with Bill, like that's Bill Russell, that's fine. But there can't be another one. Like that has to be exclusive to him.
Right. And then it's like, and because Bill Russell, we talked about yesterday, he did a lot. He did so much for the Black community and for Black athletes and athletes just in general. But then it's like, and I hope I'm never around to see it, but all right, well, what about when Magic retires? You know what I mean? And everything that he did. It's just like, I feel like Magic would be worthy of the same distinction. And
Magic passes away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Retiring 32.
Oh, retiring 32. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know, it's like,
but is there, I hate to, is there also like because to me, 42 is Jackie. Like that's Jackie Robinson's number.
Mm-hmm.
Like 23 feels like it's Jordan's number.
Right.
Is 6 synonymous with Bill Russell?
No.
I feel like 11 is synonymous with Bill Russell more than 6 is. Same with Magic. Like I feel like 32 is kind of, that's Magic. Like I feel like if you're wearing 32, you're wearing it because of Magic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe Shaq. Maybe you're wearing it because of Shaq. There's a lot of 32.
Orlando?
Shaq in Orlando.
What was he in LA? 34?
34, yeah.
What was he in Cleveland?
What
was he in Boston?
When he went to Miami, he went back to 32.
Okay. All right.
So there's something somebody told me one time that
I didn't know what his Celtics number was.
Jess, do you have that jersey, that Shaq jersey?
Like it's a weird number. like 00 or something. Oh, it's 36.
So oh yeah, you can't hear him. You just said it. Somebody told me something that messed me up one time. This is the same guy that thinks that all sports are fixed.
Okay, good. This guy again. Shaq's born 32, 33, 34, and 36.
He's got a lot of them. He's got a lot of them.
Got to retire all of the 30s.
But check this out as we go to break. He asked me a question. He said, why do all the great players have numbers that have 3 or 6 in them in some way, shape, or form? They're all 3 or 6. I said, stop.
What about 8 and 24?
24, 4 plus 2 is 6.
How much weed does your friend smoke? Like, just like ballpark, like Snoop Dogg levels of weed, or just.
But think about it. He's not wrong. I tried and it messed me up.
All right. Up in Smoke returns here on ESPN 1320.
Messed me up.
It's crazy. That's funny. Yeah, see, I'm gonna turn this back on and see what happens. I love that Jonathan's response was, "Yeah, oh well, I'm just not there." Not that it's his fault. It's just I'm good. All right, I'm loading. Sorry, guys. I'm with Jonathan. About to get my Crystal Nugs order. Have it delivered. If you partake, that is a great service. All right. Got you over there, Jesse. Here. All right, Jesse, I'm connected, but I can't talk because Kenny's got me potted up. Okay. All right. We'll ride with this. I'm just going to sit here and be quiet because Kenny left me potted up, which he was supposed to do. I don't know how to do that. I'm a novice. I don't know how to do that. How many people are in the building? Is Joe there? I might just go show up at the studio. You're not returning my email, so I'm just going to show up. Mm-hmm. Countdown. TikTok, mother sucker. Oh, I can't do that. We got to record a podcast today. No. It's looking like never, Rob. Big grand finale on Friday. Oh, I see what you're doing. I got you. Yep. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad call. Oh, good one, Rob. I missed that one. This is the day Kenny's going to be late. I'm gonna have to. Oh, there he is. You saying 2010? You mean 2010s? I don't know, man. Say it again. Yeah, probably. It's hard not to have Nip in there. (2019) KC, can you pop me down? Yeah, I'm reconnected. Thank you. Dealer and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Jason Jones set to join us about 30 minutes from now.
The professor.
I'm still working through your Illuminati.
Bro, it's tough.
There a minute ago.
I don't think it's every good player, but it's probably like 90%.
Well, I mean, John noted. Of course, I didn't save it as I should have because I'm just not that sharp. But what number's Keegan Murray again? Keegan Murray's, I think he's 13.
Come on,
greatness confirmed, as he said here on the screen. I can't find it. I'm worthless.
Come on, man. What's going on?
What's going on? I need to meet this friend of yours, by the way. Like, I really need to meet this individual. I need to have a sit down conversation with them.
He lived down in LA.
Of course he does.
Where
all your close friends live.
Well, no, that's not true at all.
Oh,
my close friends are going to be together this weekend.
Oh, very good. Very good. Big goodbye party. The trade deadline's in 10 minutes. I guess it's pretty much done.
Yeah.
Like I guess the trades have happened. And I mean, I don't think there was really much. I don't think there was really much behind Shohei Ohtani. I think that was just like conversation stuff. That wasn't like real trade talk.
The true people called the Angels.
They were trying to will the Angels into trading him. Right. Come on, you want to do it. This isn't working. Come on, it's time. The big piece, of course. The big piece, of course, was Juan Soto. He's headed to the NL West. Usually, that's reserved for the Los Angeles Dodgers,
and it's never reserved for the Giants. They'll make them moves.
I honestly thought you were going to go another 10 minutes, so I was just falling back.
I
just want to see if you left anything in the clip from earlier, and you just wanted to.
It's really ridiculous. It's really ridiculous about what we got to deal with these Giants all the time, acting like they're just like the little sisters of the poor. This guy one of the I don't have the whole Spotico list in front of me, but Giants are probably top 25 in all U.S. sports. In revenue, in value, maybe even top 20. I'm sure I know for they're top 10 in Major League Baseball, maybe top 7. And they want to, we can't do it. The payroll, we can't do anything. We can't go. There's not even a salary cap in this sport. Not even a salary cap.
I got you.
You can literally whatever you want.
It's like the Rams. It's like a league full of the Los Angeles Rams.
It's exactly what it's like.
Now let me ask you. Go back to last year. They made the move for Chris Bryant. I think that was a big move for them.
Yeah.
They obviously weren't. They did not. That feels like a problem.
Even though he just went on IL yesterday.
I go back to the World Series and last year was obviously a tremendous year, but you go back to the World Series years where they were, winning pretty regularly.
Mm-hmm.
Any massive trade acquisition there? And when I ask that, I'm asking the likes of a Juan Soto.
Well, Juan Soto is better than these guys that I'm talking about, but they went and got Hunter Pence in 2012. That propelled them to that championship. They went and got Carlos Beltran in 2011. That didn't result in the championship, but they went after it. They went and did it. That was Brian Sabian going after it. Brian Sabian used to go after it. They used to go after it. Farhan, we'll see. I mean, he went and got Chris Bryant. You're right, but he didn't re-sign him. And I'll even say this and excuse Farhan a little bit on that. I don't think that's his call. From everything that
re-signing the Chris Bryant thing,
the re-sign and the money they would have had to pay to re-sign. I don't think that's 100% his call. I would like to know when I talk about owners letting the basketball people do basketball things, and now it's baseball people doing the baseball things. I forgot the guy who's kind of running things. That we all know Larry Bear, but I think the guy that's in control of the money, the real money, I forgot his name. He Johnson was the owner who I think passed away, and it's his son. And from the things that I've heard, he's the one in control of, like, he's always looking at payroll, right? So if he's not co-signing, like, it won't happen. And he keeps talking about payroll for whatever reason. They're in here talking about Giants are 5th in Major League Baseball in team value. They're worth $3.5 billion. That's before you factor in the $2,700 they charge for a family of 4 to come watch the Giants to play the Diamondbacks on a Wednesday.
Price has gone up every hour.
How are the Padres out here making moves? Their farm system's in place, and they're signing Tatis to like $300 million. Signing Machado to like $200 million. They're gonna sign Soto to probably like another $500 million. Like it's nothing. Don't even blink. And the Giants are out here penny pinching, shopping at the Dollar Tree.
Do you think not re-signing Chris Bryant was a mistake? Knowing today what he got paid, the $180 million.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a mistake on the Giants' part?
Yes, absolutely.
7 years, $182 million. You've been comfortable with that. Okay.
You don't have nothing.
Okay.
You don't have no bats whatsoever. Chris Bryant, he wasn't going to be the savior, and if he's the best player on your team, yeah, you got an issue, but he can absolutely be a piece.
I hear you, but that's an expensive piece.
It's an expensive piece. But number one,
I love the move to go get him, and I love the idea of it last year. Let me ask a follow-up. You think if they win the World Series last year, they re-sign him?
No.
Okay.
No. And that's the problem. Like if they won the World Series, all the money that would have brought in for that playoff run, they would no, we can't afford Chris Bryant. Really? Really? That's the thing. That's the thing about this. There ain't no cap. You're bringing in money hand over fist. You've been printing money. The stadium's been paid off, I think, for like 10 years now. Like, or maybe it's 2. I don't know. Either way, it's paid off. You're not paying no rent. You own. Like everything's good. Anything that comes in, you're just collecting. Like Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob. Every penny, you just collecting. Yet you tell me, we got to watch the payroll. What? It's a travesty. And it's nasty.
Now, is there any chance that maybe their approach is to attack this offseason? Maybe their target is, in fact, Aaron Judge. Maybe their plan is to throw that contract that almost certainly begins with a 5 or certainly a number in the high 4s at Aaron.
Yeah, that's fine. You better not miss.
Okay, but let me ask you this also. Would you have rather have had Juan Soto, knowing that the Padres are going to have to pay him too, or Aaron Judge?
Well, first of all, I don't know, and I don't care. I'll probably take Soto because he's younger and
that's what I was gonna.
But we're talking about the San Francisco Giants. You can have them both. This isn't either or. You can have them both.
Well, you in fact can't now because Juan Soto is with the Padres. You could still wind up with Aaron Judge. That doesn't feel likely at all to me, but I'm trying to find a way to cheer you up.
And this is the other thing. And look, owners of teams, they do what they got to do. But to me, it only makes sense. Like when they talk about, oh, we can't have this payroll or whatever the case may be. We can't spend this money. What you think? 40,000 people gonna come up to watch these AAA Giants play? You can't have one without the other. You can't save your money and do all this other stuff and be successful and rake in the dough without having a good team and having fans fill up the seats. And the Giants fans are speaking right now. They're like, it's not even about the team 100%, like not being that good. It's about there's nothing that brings you to the yard to go see the Giants. Nothing. They don't have
the milkshake.
No, there's no milkshake. There's no milkshake at 3rd and King. No. But they want to act like, oh, we just gotta stay with it. All right, fine. You're just gonna do that all the time. You're gonna be bottom in attendance or close to it like you are right now. And this storied franchise, this glorious franchise, one of the great franchises, not only in Major League Baseball, but in all the sports, is just gonna look desolate over at 3rd and King with a bunch of people we've never heard before.
Would you be this frustrated if they didn't win 107 games last year, 106 games, or whatever?
It would have been worse.
You'd be more frustrated.
Yeah. Because that means we're going on 3 years of this crap. At least last year they gave me a good year, some good memories. It was great. It was a storybook season without, the championship. But it was a great season. Mm-hmm. That's probably calmed me down just a little bit.
Okay, wasn't expecting that, but okay.
If they would have a season last year like they're having this year, Redfin.
Oh, Redfin. There it is. Took 3 hours. I was waiting for the Redfin reference. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, always live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. The professor, Jason Jones of The Athletic, set to join us coming up now in about 20 minutes. Busy day in the world of sports. NBA trade, Major League Baseball trade deadline has now passed. Juan Soto, obviously the big deal. He's headed from the Washington Nationals to the San Diego Padres. We also got news of a skirmish that shut down 49ers practice between it was Brandon Ayuk and Fred Warner. And we also got punishments for the Miami Dolphins. Punishment-ish. Yes, good call there. The NFL announced their findings regarding the tampering and tanking allegations made by Brian Flores. Thinking back to Stephen Ross's statement, it gets funnier the more and more I think about it because he really tries to refute. He obviously is very pissed off at Brian Flores, and he's trying to refute him and saying, they proved that there's no legitimacy to these allegations from Brian Flores. And when you look at the ruling, that is exactly not what the NFL said. But he's almost ignoring the fact that Brian Flores brought up the tampering stuff too. he brought up the stuff involving Brady and I don't know if he brought up Sean Payton or not, but he referenced tampering before, and Stephen Ross just chose to completely ignore that. The Miami Dolphins will be docked a first-round pick in 2023 and a third-round pick, I believe, in 2024. And Stephen Ross will be sent on vacation until October. So
vacation that allows him to go to the games if he wants to.
Yeah, he doesn't miss anything. He doesn't miss anything at all. I don't know exactly. I guess he's doing that old Vince McMahon stepping away, where we all know he's still in charge, but yeah, sure, I'm suspended. Whatever you guys say. So yeah, an interesting morning for sure in the world of sports. All we're missing between the baseball trade deadline and Jeff Passan getting his work in, and Schefter and Ian Rappaport getting their shots off on the Dolphins. We're just missing Woj and Shams. That's all we need today. We need a Kyrie Irving trade.
I saw that Woj did tweet today. Let me see if I can pull it up for you, because Woj, it was some breaking Woj news. It was like the glass shattered, for Woj. Where was it at? Oh, I guess it was just a retweet. But Woj retweeted Jeff Passan talking about the Juan Soto deal.
Slow day in basketball. slow day in the National Basketball Association. We did find out Kevin Durant's going to meet with with Joe Tsai, the Brooklyn Nets owner. Take that. I don't know what that means, but we'll find out soon enough. That's a saga that's just going to continue to drag on. And then we referenced the practice coming to an end. We mentioned the San Francisco 49ers practice came to an end after Brandon Ayuk and Fred Warner got in a little tussle. Second day of pads, by the way. We're 2 days in. But Kenny Caraway says Fred Warner out there setting the tone here
for this 49ers defense.
I believe Fred Warner, the original straw that stirs the drink on D'Lo and KC.
I mean, he might have been.
I think he was the original.
I said it was Kittle.
We started in August. Yeah, I feel like you went Fred Warner first. I feel like you went Fred Warner, straw that stirs the drink. We'll have to go back to some early episodes of D'Lo and KC to confirm this.
5'4", that's my boy right there. Yeah, but either way, he was stirring the drink today. All right, showing that leadership. Man, I love Fred Warner, man. I love that dude. That's a guy that I would love to coach, that I'd love to play with. That's a guy that I want right on my side out there on the field, on the court, or whatever, man. That's my guy, Fred Warner.
Shout out to Rob Dubb, who's been with us from Jump. He says, wait, maybe Fred Warner is finding a louder bark.
Maybe so.
That's a solid reference.
And Trey is absolutely finding his bark. We know that. We know what he's doing.
You don't, but you do.
But Fred, Fred is just doing what Fred does. He's a leader.
I don't question that at all. And I don't like when Scuffles shut a practice down. It's like, oh, come on, man, what are you guys doing? 2 days in, really? Like, it's one thing if we're 2 weeks in. Like, I get it, beat the crap out of each other. I completely understand. You get sick of each other. But the fact that it's Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk, it's like, all right, like that. It carries a little bit different weight when like you kind of just Fred Warner is a captain.
Right.
Like he's one of the big boys. We expect a ton from Brandon Ayuk this year. He's one of the cogs on the offensive end. It's probably not the worst thing. My guess is Kyle was close to ending practice anyways. And he just took this as it's not like they ended practice 5 minutes into it. I'm sure he looked at, you know what, let's get out of this with everybody's temper high. It's like a good ending to Raw back in 1999. Let's end when it's super hot. Leave everybody fired up for more tomorrow. And we'll end it here.
And the thing that I love about it, and I think about it from time to time. Now, granted, this isn't the NFL. This isn't even football. But I know when I'm coaching, and I don't necessarily do this with the 9-year-olds. They're not there yet. But in high school, when I was coaching high school, Oh, you get a little fiery practice. You get people talking the talk back and forth, getting a little physical. Oh, I'm letting that go.
Yeah.
You know, there is a limit where I'll be like, hey, you guys chill out. But we talking, we pushing, you know, it's getting physical. I remember specifically some 4-man shell drills where I was like, get after it. Do what you got to do. Figure out who wants to win.
Is that why you got so excited when TT was barking at practice? Like it was like training camp last year. Yeah. You got really, really excited about Tristan Thompson, like yelling at Marvin Bagley.
Yeah, he's yelling at him, telling, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah. I'm with that. Now, like I said,
in hindsight, that feels it might have been a little silly.
No, it's not silly. It's just you didn't have the group that was going to respond to that. So, for instance,
we was really popping for TT though.
No, we were, and then he dropped the mixtape, you know, after the Minnesota loss. And,
Jesus,
yeah. TT. We thought we had something there, and that's just a wild boy. That's all it is.
He is just that. He is a wild dude.
He's just a wild boy. But this one with the Niners, though, I like it. Like I said, we don't need to do this. We really don't need to do this anymore during training camp, right? It's done. You got it out the way. We don't need to. This doesn't need to be something that regularly occurs. But Fred Warner in that defense is just saying, yo, we're nasty out here. We're not taking anything from anybody. We're coming to shut down everything that you got going on. It don't matter if it's our team or anybody else in the league. We shutting it down. I like that.
Boy, when you find a phrase you like, you really keep it.
What'd I say?
I ain't saying they're going to fall off a cliff, but Steph Curry is the straw that stirs the drink with the Warriors.
Drink.
He makes them different. He makes them unguardable. Interested to see how they play without him. That was December 5th, 2017.
Yeah, he's a straw that stirs a drink.
Your first reference of Fred Warner, at least that we've been in, I thought it was here with D'Lo and KC. It wasn't. You quote tweeted Bonte Hill on December 1st, 2019. 9 months before the start of D'Lo and KC. Fred Warner is built for this game. He's going to garner some all-pro attention with this type of play, said Bonte Hill. Quote tweeted from Kenny Caraway, the straw that stirs the drink.
Yeah. Straw that stirs the drink. Yeah.
You're like Jerry the King Lawler. Like, you know, Jerry King Lawler just tells the same jokes over and over and over again. You've got those lines that you love. Straw
that stirs tougher than a $2 steak. You know, that's what these people are. That's what
Make
it is.
no bones about it.
Make no bones.
I feel like you should wear the necklace. You should wear the bone around your neck that gets Trista's attention.
I was about to say something. Okay. Oh, do you know where the straw that stirs the drink comes from? I could be wrong. You guys can fact check me or whatever, but I think this is where it originated from. You know who said it?
I don't.
Reggie Jackson. He told a reporter when he was with the Yankees. He said, "I'm the straw that stirs the drink."
Oh, I feel like I heard that. Where did I hear that? Well, that might have.
To be honest with you, I think I remember seeing that on. Remember The Bronx is Burning?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said,
"What did I watch lately that was about the
Yankees?" Reggie Jackson, loved him some Reggie Jackson.
True story. I feel like I saw that clip, and I don't know how or why I would have seen that, but I've seen it. The phrase is usually attributed to baseball player Reggie Jackson. That's according to the internet.
I love that Reggie loves some Reggie. He would hit.
I love me some me was one of my favorite lines in history.
That's what
I love me some me.
That's what I'm
remember the TO reality show?
Oh yeah, with the two assistants.
Yeah.
T.O. had some tough times on that show too. Poor guy.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure there was nothing. Oh, we've got a tougher than a $2 steak reference. It's one of the old school retweets. With our man Aceberg. August 12th. We're coming up on the 10th anniversary of this tweet. August 12th, 2012. Kenny Caraway says, shots tougher than a $2 steak. And you spelled out dollar.
Yeah. Did I say that? Wait a minute. Reading. I don't know if I said that.
No, I think you said it, and then Aceberg Slim retweeted it, and then you retweeted it. This is what the old school retweets used to look like.
But definitely that's what they look like. But it looks like he was talking to me in that tweet. He made the tweet and he said at IMK Diddy, shots tougher than a $2 steak, and I laughed at it.
So you're saying you stole tougher than a $2 steak from Aceberg?
I stole it from like Gorilla Monsoon. I think that's where I heard it from.
Like, who was it? It is. We're going to talk to Jason Jones when he joins us next here on ESPN 1320. Oh man.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm gonna have to eat. Kenny and I got an hour between shows. I'm gonna have to eat. I feel like I'm fumbling through everything I say today. Dick Sherman is pretty funny. Dick Sherman is pretty damn funny. Hey, Jesse, you see what's going on? Oh man. Dick Sherman will never be the straw that stirs the drink. SMH. Shocked that's not a Casey tweet. No, I'm talking about the weird I'm talking about the weird views. Yeah. Hey man, who was talking about you? That's funny. How soon will the fight in the new studio week 1, 2? Nah. Kenny don't fight.
Who wants to fight me?
Dave Garcia said, Dave, you got to come see the studio when we get in there. You imagine the Chatty House invades that new studio. Like, no, guys, come in. D'Lo and KC is taped in front of a live studio audience. Oh, Lord. Who are you tweeting at? Oh, of course. I don't know why I asked.
I'm just stating facts. Just stating facts.
Wait.
That's a wild boy.
You know, there are words that are bad that I didn't know about.
Lizzo's?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lizzo and Beyonce.
I didn't know.
I heard. Yeah, I had no idea. I heard Lizzo talk. I heard Lizzo talking about it on The Breakfast Club, and might have been Ebro. But I was just like, I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. That almost goes back to the time when I was a kid and I didn't know bastard was a bad word. And I said it in class. I forgot somebody. I was like, you know who it was? I think it was Bobby Hurley. And it wasn't like calling him a bastard per se. I said bastard, like, because the whole assignment was a day in the life of like whoever you want to. And I was hanging out with Shaq, Orlando Shaq. And I was like, yeah, then we would play Bobby Hurley. And I throw an alley-oop to him and Shaq would dunk on him. And he'd be like, take that, you bastard. No.
Bro. I glanced at my TV during the commercial break and I see Linda McMahon slaps the hell out of Stephanie.
Oh.
Triple H grabs Linda McMahon and goes to give her a pedigree. It was like 7. He goes to give her a pedigree.
I saw that clip the other day.
And then Shane comes up and clocks Triple H. I feel like this is what the boardroom
doesn't
slaps him. I feel like this is like a board meeting in WWE right now. Oh man.
Hey, shout out to our guy June 99555.
That sounds legitimate.
Pumpkin Fox season, SCN.
Okay.
He tweeted us. Or put us in the thread with Dave Lombardi of The Athletic, who simply says, do you know what 49ers team fought frequently in training camp? The most recent Super Bowl champions, 1994 49ers. William Floyd threw hands with Gary Plummer. Wow, what a fight. Ken Norton Jr. leveled a running back during 7-7s.
A lot of guys I would not want to be hit by, and Ken Norton Jr. is at the very top of that list.
Talk about suffered in a $2 steak. And that
I do not want to be hit by a dude whose dad was a heavyweight champion.
No.
I do not want to be that
George
guy.
Seifert was not happy when that happened. But like I said, it don't need to be all the time, but you know, I'm okay with it.
Well, I think there's a it's a fine line. Like it's once like cool. Like if we're 2 weeks into training camp and we hear that Fox and whoever we're going at it, I think people will be hyped over that. Like, yo, let's go. I'm with it. But then if you heard that on like a Tuesday, but then you hear it again on Thursday, it's like, wait a minute, what the hell is happening? What's going on with like, so this is fine. Like it's fine. It's a perfectly normal part of the start of, of practice of sports. Yeah. Like that's totally normal. I just don't think it can happen regularly. If it starts to happen regularly, that's where I've got concerns.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
That's 100% where I got concerns. Jason Jones is probably attempting to connect on his computer right now as we were hoping to have him on.
A laptop. Come on now.
I think he was excited because he's like, I'm going to try the stream. I'm going to change cords. And I didn't have the heart to ask, like, what the hell does the cord do other than provide power to your computer? But he knows his athletic computer better than I do, so I figured like I'll wait. Like let's see what happens. I'm guessing it's not going well.
No, it's not going well. Jesse, do me a favor and shoot me the call-in number. Is it the right? It's not the one we give the people, is it? Maybe you got a new phone because you just asked me for it.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, we could just get the Athletic to replace our guy's computer. We haven't had Jason on the stream in like a month, man. Yeah. Jason's got a special number that no one else has, and it's good because we learned yesterday we can't call out or we're a spam risk.
Yeah. Spam risk, unknown number. They don't even show her the number. Like, sometimes they have the number that comes across, and then other times just unknown number. Like, that's how we get.
Yeah. Just straight up says spam.
Tragic.
What a week it's been.
Marcus in the chat says 50 Cent is at Doco. 50's been here for like 5 days. What's going on?
I think 50 moved here. Like, I'm not sure.
What's going on here?
Bring in Jason. What is 50 Cent doing here? Still
looking for Ja Rule. I mean, clearly, he knows that, he's trying to get that curse lifted. I mean, I think it should be over, but until he gives us a concert and does Wingsta at halftime, I don't think we can say the curse is fully lifted.
Oh yeah, and that's happening. That's coming. I would even gamble that it might be opening the home opener 50 at halftime. Maybe he'll go after the game in Doco, but it's happening within the first week for sure.
If it doesn't, that's going to be one of the biggest failures of the Vec era if we don't get 50 opening night.
Can you confirm? This has just been eating at me for like a week or two. Were you at George Clinton's birthday party?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
all right.
Let's
okay.
talk.
That's fine. Just casual. Yeah, I was there. Like, what? You weren't? You weren't invited to George Clinton's birthday party?
He was shooting the music video. So yeah, I was in the building here in Charlotte, North Carolina with the Qs. So I was out there with George Clinton, had a good old time.
Man, how was that? How old is George Clinton now?
81.
Oh wow. I wouldn't have thought that. I knew he was older, but he looks good for 81. At least last time I saw him.
Which is crazy to think that Atomic Dog came out when he was 41 years old. So he wasn't even a young man when he got the big hit. So I mean, it's like, it's crazy.
Man,
that's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. Like, so what were you doing in Charlotte? Because I was following the party on Instagram, and it looked legit, and I was quite jealous.
Yeah, it was my fraternity's like our international meeting. The conclave, we do it every 2 years. It's our first in-person one since 2018, so we were a bit extra. But yeah, we had a good old we had fun. I was covered in time to get back, then to turn right back around and go to LA, hang out with Vlade for a few minutes. So yeah. And now I'm going out of town again tonight. So eventually I'm going to sit down for like a couple of weeks and do nothing, but that's not happening right now.
Them Qs, they get after it, boy. I tell you that. They get after it. I saw that thing with Vlade, though. I mean, we won't talk about some of the other pictures you had during that Vlade thing. There's no need to talk about those pictures. But how was the Vlade thing? Was there any kind of King's talk there at all? Just, nothing major, but how was he doing?
He's doing good. We were joking around about how we're two guys from LA who used to work in Sac. So I was down there for the, they have the Laker documentary coming out on Hulu. So I was down there for that and got to talk to Vlade, Kareem, Sacramento's favorite Laker, Robert Horry. It was a good time down there. Got to see some new faces, some familiar faces. And like I said, everyone, Chris Haynes, the Yahoo, got a kick out of seeing me and Vlade. It was like, oh, look, they're back together. I'm like, hey, we've been through a lot together.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, but Vlade was good. It was good to catch up with him. His wife was down there with him. It was a good time catching up.
Jay, you wrote in the you did the Kings grade for the Athletic, the Kings offseason grade. You gave them a B. You laid out the reasons why. Is there anything that the Kings could have done better this offseason?
I can't really say better. I think they had a real solid offseason. The reason I didn't say an A, because to me an A is you land a superstar. But but I mean they did everything. I really can't look at their offseason and find a whole lot of fault with it. There's not one of those "what are you doing" type signings to me. I know and I was out of town. People come about Matthew Dellavedova. Why? I'm like, come on, it's a training camp deal, folks. Let's be smarter than that. They're not signing him to start. Calm down, But I really can't find. I think to me, their glaring holes were shooting inside on the perimeter. They addressed that, and So I think they had a real solid offseason, and from now on, the rest of it really depend on the improvement of who they've got, namely De'Aaron, and Sabonis being their top two guys, and playing like a top two, duo that can get you to the playoffs. But I really can't find a lot of fault with their offseason. It looks good. Keegan Murray is the greatest, summer league player in history.
Right.
It's all, you see it coming together, 50 Cent, I probably should have bumped it up. The thing is, I'd written that before 50. If I knew the 50 Cent thing would have been, for sure, and he was going to be part of, down with the team, that gives him an A because, you don't see the Lakers didn't, the Lakers didn't get Kendrick Lamar, the Clippers didn't get, Schoolboy Q, the Knicks didn't get, Dave East. So, hey.
Hey, the one thing that we continue to say though is, Jason, do you know when everything turned the corner for this franchise?
I would say getting me off the beat, but they still didn't make the playoffs. So I'm not going to,
No, it was a little later than that. It was the moment they announced Anjali Ranadive as the assistant general manager. Think about what's happened since then. Hours later, they got the number 4 pick in the draft. And then everything, it's been golden since Anjali has been on board.
Okay, I want you to remember that if they lose 5 in a row. That's
people laugh, but he was a visionary.
Yeah, he's and that's what's funny being down in LA for that Lakers thing. You're seeing the Buss family and all the kids and the back and forth, and so maybe we need some more of the family to start going back and forth with the Kings and with the team to propel them towards the postseason. As the kids don't get along, and we need someone. We need her brother to be mad that he's not the assistant GM in Stockton. We need more drama. We need that drama so we can get a documentary on the team.
Oh, we've been over this. We think there's enough drama in the history of this franchise to put together a compelling documentary for sure.
You can get 3 episodes.
I think
definitely
you can get more than 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the passing of Bill Russell brought up all the great Bill Russell from Sacramento stories. I mean, there's definitely, I think you give Adelman his own, if there's a 4-part, one part is just Rick Adelman, and how in the world did you do what no other human being has done in Sacramento? I actually did talk to Vlade a little bit about that, about the fact they had winning records when he was in town, and he said a lot of that when he came as a player was what he learned from the Lakers. It's about demanding excellence and the standard. And he said what's crazy is when he left the Lakers, he went to Charlotte. You go to other places, like if he went to Charlotte, you realize not everyone comes into an organization expecting excellence. And I think what's been part of the Kings' problem for years is that guys show up and expect to lose. And outside of the Adelman years, it feels like most guys have shown up, whether it be draft, free agency, they expect to lose. And maybe, I think if you could start changing that part of it, where you don't walk in thinking, okay, we got our 30 wins in a vacation, you'll be, you might be on to something.
Yeah. And Mike Brown is up next to try to accomplish what Rick Adelman once did. And for me, Jay, for me, outside of De'Aaron Fox, Mike Brown is the most important component to this thing working out this upcoming season. Outside of De'Aaron Fox, what's the most important component for you for this thing to work out for the Sacramento Kings next year?
For me, it's Sabonis, because I think he's been an all-star. He's been a part of a winning situation or it's a playoff situation. And, outside of Harrison Barnes, this core of this team has, never been a part of winning. And he's got to be able to, kind of like what Vlade was talking about, and bring some of those winning characteristics. This is what winning players do. Bring that to that locker room. But, De'Aaron's never really, he had Vince Carter around when he was, young, but it wasn't a good team, and you had an older bench.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you had guys who had won, but those guys weren't there to be the catalyst. Those guys were there to help those guys learn how to do it, and they haven't learned how to do it yet. So I think it's going to be a lot of Sabonis, because a lot of the De'Aaron critics will say, well, De'Aaron's not a number one type guy. So Sabonis has got to do that, you know. And you don't have, maybe you don't have two like top 5 players, but I think if you got 2 top 20 players, you're in business.
So we've been trying to figure out today, like realistically, Kings won 30 games last year, how many wins it might take. And one of the things that both me and Damian came to was the fact that I'm thinking probably 8 to 11 more wins. That's supposed to be 38 to 41 more wins. Do you think that they've done enough to get, say, 11 more wins onto their win total?
It's tough to say. I mean, it shouldn't be impossible, because, I mean, they lost to a lot of bad teams too last year.
True.
So if you can just get to the point where you're beating those teams that aren't trying to win, and you're splitting against, you know, teams in your range, and feeling, I mean, 500. I mean, it's crazy. We're making 500 sound like 60 wins, but 500 should not be impossible. You know, I think they've got a decent enough team to be 500. The question is, what happens with the rest of the West? Because, you know, if you can't bank on Dame Lillard missing like 50-something games, you can't bank on AD and LeBron missing half the season. You can't bank on the Clippers not having Kawhi. You know, so I mean, it's going to be a tougher West, I think, but I think they're right in the mix for that 8 to 10 range, and based on, you know, on paper right now. Maybe we'll wait to see when 2K comes out, see what everyone's ratings is before we get a better idea. But yeah, I mean, 5, you know, just in the last 3 or 4 years, there are a few games here and there from getting near 5. You know, was it 2019?
Mm-hmm.
There were 4 games under 500. You know, I think if not for the pandemic, they were on their way to probably getting close to 500 that year. So it's not impossible. It's not impossible. I just think the West is going to be tough. You know, like I said, outside of like the Rockets and the Thunder, maybe Utah, everyone's trying to win.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think the West is tough. I don't think the West is scary, though. Like, I mean, there's San Antonio in there too. You got the Thunder, the Spurs, the Rockets. I think Portland's a question mark. You got Utah.
I agree.
I think they got a bunch of like good to solid teams. They don't have any great teams.
Yeah.
Well, the Warriors,
right.
And the Clippers. That's about it, though.
I don't know. Clippers might be team load management. I got to see them actually play more than 30 games together.
Fair.
I think you will. I think they're going to be locked in this year.
Yeah, well, they've been saying that with the Clippers for how many years, and then what do we get from them? So
true.
I mean,
true story.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think the West. You know, like you said, you know, there is no like 72 win Warriors or 73 win Warriors in the group, but I think it's, you know, it's going to be competitive. I think, you know, Phoenix will clearly be good. You know, Memphis, you think would be better. Dallas could get better. I mean, yeah, you know. I said Denver should get at least one of their injured guys back.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's not going to be easy, but I think that, you know, I think it would be a big disappointment if we're talking about another 50-loss Kings season, you know, in April.
Yeah, I agree.
With LeBron James is due an extension in a couple of days, or he's eligible for an extension in a couple of days. If he doesn't sign it, how loud do you think the LeBron James is going to play with wherever Bronny is drafted? How loud do you think that noise gets over the next year?
Is Bronny an NBA player? Everyone's like it's a given. I haven't read one person even call him a first-round pick.
Well, but that's matter, though. Does it matter if the belief is LeBron's going to go where Bronny goes? It almost doesn't matter how good he is to some teams.
I mean, that wherever he goes might end up someone doing like Dwayne Wade with his son and drafting him to a G League team. But if I'm a GM, I'm not losing my job taking Bronny. I mean, Bryce is the guy. It looks like
Bryce is nice.
Bryce looks like that's going to be the one. And whatever reason, Bryce got dad's height and Bronny didn't. He just shot right past his bigger brother. So I just find the whole he's going to play where his son thing hilarious. It's like this is not his son is not a sure if his son even like a 5-star recruit in terms of high school. I'm not even like trying to clown. I honestly don't know because I don't read a whole lot that says.
He's a 4-star recruit. He's a 4-star recruit. He a good ball player. I don't know if he's an NBA player, like if his name was, Jack Smith, but he's a good ball player. He's good.
Yeah, I think that's what I've seen. And he's a good player, but this whole idea that he's going to go wherever. And then remember, LeBron's already said he's not taking a discount. Are you going to clear out a bunch of cap space for 40-year-old LeBron James and his borderline NBA player stuff?
Yes. And Kenny nailed the perfect team. He's the New York Knicks. If the New York Knicks have the opportunity to do it, they're going to do it.
Oh, God, man. Just imagine how, because it's the Knicks, it would end bad. Like,
it'd be unbearable.
It would be bad. Like, LeBron would, get hurt, in the preseason. Play in 9 games, and the media is killing Bronny for not being his dad. I mean, it would be terrible. I mean, I think the ideal thing is kind of like what happened with Shaq's son. Maybe he does the G League thing or something like that. But yeah, it's just crazy that everyone assumes that some team is going to have a high pick and go, you know what, we need to get LeBron for 1 year. We're taking his son. Yeah. Maybe it happens. I just, and then here's another aspect too. You got to remember, Savannah James still lives in their house.
Mm-hmm. And you talk about the strongest to drink.
Mm-hmm. He may say, "I don't care where Bronny ends up. I don't want to move." He might say, "We can go visit him."
You're right.
Yeah, could be that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jay.
Yeah, who knows?
Real quick. Jason, don't be mad at me because you haven't been to a parade. You know what I'm saying? Don't be
mad at me because you were whining about what an embarrassment it was last night. Don't be mad because your team has money and won't. Don't be mad because your team has money and won't spend it. Don't be mad because your
I am mad about that.
Don't be mad because your only shtick is, well, I've been to a parade. Yeah, you could have been to a parade last year and you lost at home in Game 5.
I didn't say I've been to a parade. I did not say that. I said I've been to parades. Multiple.
Okay.
All right. You haven't seen one. I've been to.
I'll see your Giants parade and raise you a king anything.
Stop it. Goodbye, Jason.
We appreciate you, Jay. Have a good trip, man. We'll catch up with you.
Take care.
All right, take it easy.
All right. Jason Jones just casually parting with Mr. Funkadelic himself.
Man.
George Clinton.
Must be nice. That's D-Lo type lifestyle.
D'Angelo Russell?
No. Damian Barling.
Oh, please.
This guy be.
I ain't never partied with George Clinton.
You out there with Rihanna,
Come to think about it.
You out there with Mace. You knew 50.
I have met George.
On the show. That's your boy.
We should probably clear that with a couple people in our inner circle. We should clear that with some people in our inner circle.
That's the second time today. I got to chill.
I got a note, by the way, that part 3 could be a month from now. Kick off the football season with not 2 of our favorite guests.
What?
But 3 of our favorite guests. I say 3 of our favorite guests. One of them has never been on the show, but the other 2 have twice.
One of them had a wild weekend. Did you see that clip?
Yeah. Yeah. Wiz is a little.
We didn't have to go there, Wiz.
Yeah. Obviously, we're alluding to Brett Barish and Rick Ross, and this is good. Jesse's in training right now for Brett's appearance on the show. Brett and Rick, they've got to be, Jesse's got to be sharp. His mind's got to be sharp. His hands got to be quick. I mean, September 2nd, good chance we're in the new studio. Not a great chance, but a good chance we're in the new studio. So Jesse's going to be back there firing that dump button. Oh, man. Clearly, no one's paying attention to us. We're still labeled as a spam risk, so I think we're okay.
I was listening to this is a little inside baseball, a little inside radio here. I was listening to our people over at 95.7 The Game. Those are our people. It's all love. We don't mention these guys much at all, but Willard and Dibbs, listen to them. They have a song of the day that they play. You get about 30 seconds, 30 to 45 seconds. That's the song of the day. I was like, 30, 45 seconds.
Good for them. It's
collusion.
So Danny in San Francisco he was our brand manager, our program director, and he's in charge of a lot of things here with both us in San Francisco. He left and he runs the podcast division of Odyssey. And I have been coordinating with him the launch of Corners of the Culture, and he's obviously been super helpful and all that. This isn't copyrighted music, right? Like, no, like Danny, no, I pulled it from the lame ass library that I have to pull it from. Well, do you want us to put any drops or any sound in it?
Fair.
What drops can I put in it without you threatening me with a $10,000 fine? Nothing will ever beat the day. Guys, we can't play music. Be careful, we can't play music. And 2 days later, Butcher Boy is rapping Sprinkle Me for like a 7-minute version over in San Francisco. 5th largest market in the company, and you worried about what we're doing here. Man, like I like what can if anybody, Jeff, Joe, if anybody is actually listening to this, can you give us the playbook in which we play by versus the playbook in which every other station plays by? Because I bet I could tell you. I bet I could tell you right now. Let me just go over to YouTube. 95.7 The Game. Boom. And click the live stream. Commercials playing. How are commercials playing? Boy, them bots in there deep. Their last 10 chats are from lovechat.xyz. Best adult dating.
Oh my.
They in there. They got ads playing on the live stream. That's good to know. Okay. I need to know how they get away with stuff that we can't get away with.
I mean,
I need to know what's the trick and why can they do it?
Just played 50 Windows Shopper. Might have played it 3 times, the whole song. I said, wait, what? What?
They out there like, man, it's slow. Let's just turn into an FM station and start dropping records. Wait till next February where we just play James Brown 24 hours a day for the entire month. Just the whole month. You turn on 1320. It's just James Brown. 28 straight days.
What is it? KRXQ?
98.5 FM. I thought this was 98 Rock. Why? Confused.
Oh man,
I don't get it. This is why Deuce and Mo stay in podcasting forever. Is because they don't want to deal with these headaches.
Corners of the Culture coming soon.
It is episode number 2 being recorded
ready to go
in about an hour. So in 3 weeks when it airs and I'm stuttering and can't put 2 sentences together, you know that it was recorded today. I'm just taking a quick peek at Brian Flores. He released a statement. And his attorneys released a statement. It doesn't look.
Brian Flores at right now? Is he coaching somewhere? Okay,
that's right. While the investigator found that the Dolphins had engaged in impermissible tampering of unprecedented scope and severity, Mr. Ross will avoid any meaningful consequence. There is nothing more important when it comes to the game of football itself than the integrity of the game. When the integrity of the game is called into question, fans suffer and football suffers. That is Brian Flores. There's also a lengthy statement, not lengthy, but there's a statement from his attorneys as well. I'll just skip some of it. The punishment announced today is obviously inadequate and disheartening. Unfortunately, it remains clear that the NFL cannot police itself, which is why we look forward to continuing to push the legal process, prove all of Brian's claims, as well as those of a class of black executives, coaches, and candidates, and force real change upon the NFL.
Man, that was so dirty. That was dirty. How they tried to, I mean, put that man in a no-win situation like that,
bro.
That was dirty.
How did I miss this? They could have dropped that anytime they wanted to. They dropped it the day after the Deshaun Watson ruling comes out. Wow. How did it take my dumbass 3 hours and 48 minutes to put that together? They dropped it the day after the Deshaun Watson ruling. And they probably couldn't drop it yesterday because they might have genuinely not have known what the outcome could have was.
Right.
So they got their ducks in a row yesterday and dropped it today.
They might even do something tomorrow and Thursday, just so they don't have to appeal this thing, which they're not. They're not appealing that ruling. They're gonna let it stand at 6 games.
No, they're definitely not. Incredible. Boy, that sport, man, that league makes it tough, man.
And on top of that, the
league makes it tough. I love those athletes though, but that league makes it tough.
Yeah. I know maybe this is, a pure coincidence. But when Thursday comes and they don't file the appeal, nobody will care because you know what Thursday is? Football's back.
The Hall of Fame game.
Football's back. I don't know if they have something to do.
You realize the NFL is like the mafia, right? Wow. All right.
I don't know.
Raiders and Jaguars this Thursday. It makes sense.
I'd be surprised if they did.
Break down Hall of Fame game football. Talk about. I don't know who the main inductees are this year. I can't remember. I lose.
Young is going into the
I get like, because you get the announcement of like who's going to the Hall of Fame, and then there's so much time. Then you get like the announcement of like the next class,
right?
And I start wait, who's going in this year, or who's eligible to go in next year? Like what?
I believe the 49ers legend Brian Young is going in this year.
You're correct.
Yeah,
you're correct. It's the Raiders and the Jaguars, right? Thursday. That's the Hall of Fame game. I know this not consequential to that game. Is anybody going to start paying attention to what Trevor Lawrence is doing in Jacksonville? Like, if you want to make the argument he gets a pass for last year, I'm okay with that. But it's a pass to a certain degree.
Yeah,
it's like you get a pass, but we're kind of watching.
Oh yeah, oh for sure. There's a lot of people who are on that wave, and I don't know if it's fair or what. I'm not here to say that, but there's a lot. I've heard a good number of people on the wave of Trevor Lawrence was not good last year, and he's not that good.
Okay, so those are two different statements. You say he wasn't good last year. Like, okay, I'm going to stall him out a little bit, but this dude was the anointed for years. He was the anointed, and we really just brushed off a horrible man. Trevor Lawrence's camp, thank God for Urban Meyer every day.
Every day.
He's got a chance to fix it.
Because some of the
chance to fix it this year.
Some of the things were like he was just like throwing the ball all over the place. Like some of it, Urban didn't help and didn't put him in the best situation, but some of it was just like, where are you throwing that? Why are you doing that?
And you know the shame it. Anyway, I mean, preseason's a tough watch. But the Hall of Fame game is exceptionally tough.
Oh,
because you don't even get a series. Like you're getting
a point.
Of course not. It's like the last game of the California Classic. It's not even the first game. It's the first game of the California Classic in San Jose, not even or in San Francisco.
Yeah,
not even like one in Sacramento. It's we can just go ahead and skip this.
Yeah,
we can skip this. There'll be some moments. I do believe there's value in preseason. I just don't believe there's value in this Hall of Fame game.
No,
and why they make it an extra game, I don't understand. Just make it a part of preseason.
They could put like high schoolers out there. Like make it a high school game. I don't know why the pros got to play a game. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because none of your people are playing anyway. But
yeah, we could be out there in uniforms.
Yeah,
they never know.
Did you ever play football?
No, not meaningful. No,
I didn't either. I should have played. I
told you before, man. I'm not an athlete, bro. I'm not an athlete.
I mean, 29-inch pythons say differently.
I could have see that fools you. That's where I overcompensate. Like I train like an athlete because you work in sports. You know, you have a decent, but you could fool people into thinking. But I'm transparent with y'all. Like please, the only thing I did well, like that, I think I was truly good at, was probably in the field in baseball. And that's when I was a pretty chunky kid, so they put my fat ass at first base. But for some reason, I was really like flexible, like so I could keep my foot on the bag, and no matter where they threw the ball, I was gonna get it. Like I would have been a all pro. I would have been a Gold Glove first baseman for sure.
Reese
put me at the plate
on the right side of the infield.
I got it. Yeah, I got that. I got you. Don't ask me to hit because I couldn't hit where the damn, but I'll be right there on the bag for you. I got you. I got you.
You could play for the Giants.
I don't think that's a compliment to be.
Look, they don't field either. You're actually a better fielder than what they got.
I could be wrong. I'm almost certain Tyler's dad was my coach. I'm almost certain that Tyler's dad was my coach. I'm not 100% certain, but like I'm like 98. No, I'm certain Tyler's dad was my coach. Wow. He'll tell you I sucked. I was terrible. And that seems like the appropriate way to end this show. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll be so much better tomorrow. We've got Jason Reed, author of Rise of the Black Quarterback, reporter for Anscape. He's going to join us tomorrow. That'll be great. Make sure that you're with us tomorrow at noon here on ESPN 1320.
I love Sacramento. Dr. David, that's funny.
Uh-oh.
No, he said
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? Wait a minute. Well.
Oh, man, we can't take you guys anywhere, man.
Oh, it's not we. It's me. Kenny doesn't suck at sports. Oh, man. Day one.
They can't get there.
They
can't go there.
Jen's going to be in the new studio at 2:17, guys. We've been watching your live stream. We have some concerns.
Oh, man.
What a day.
They hating on me. You guys we're just gonna have to be on the same page.
Yeah. We'll load.
Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse might have to be Kenny. You'll have the like we'll load Kenny's drops onto your board, and then we can load stuff up on mine.
Honestly, I think that's what that's not abnormal. As I think to other shows that I've listened to, the host usually isn't the one doing that.
Well, the funny thing is, yeah. Well, the true thing is like it's really just seating position. Mm-hmm. I'll be behind the board, but I won't be doing anything. Jesse will be doing it all. Jesse will control everything. The board will be in front of me, like probably in case of an emergency, but Jesse will be controlling everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Like the knob will move on.
Yeah. Yeah. So there are different settings. So if you press, Mia, if you press KSFM, Mia's settings could pop up, right? But if you press ESPN 1320, like all three of our mics can go up.
Wow.
Or just R2s or however Jesse wants to control it. Like it'll go to like pre-set things that'll just be ready for us when we go in.
That's why we got to get there.
That's right.
All right. That's how we got to get there. It done too much for 2 years.
That shit is weighing. I'm gonna call Jeff right now. That shit is just weighing too heavy. I'm meeting Jeff tomorrow at like 10 for the email we got.
Yeah.
This shit is just weighing too heavy on my head. It's starting to affect me. Like, what are we doing? Like, why?
It's real.
Like, why are we here? Like, why are we? Then you start getting in your head because now I'm insulted. Like, now I'm mad.
I understand.
The fuck, man.
Absolutely understand. Yeah, that's got to be taken care of like ASAP.
I'm sure it will be. I'm just frustrated by the way the process is going. And you ever have an argument with someone in your head? Like you just think about all of the shit you want. Like y'all have these ice cream socials and these Odyssey parties and all of this stuff, all while we're busting our ass here in the studio.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'm inviting every single person who's ever done anything for our show over on our dime to celebrate 2 years of this show.
No.
Which, we're happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. But y'all don't think twice when the ice cream social pop off and what about these on KC
parties and all that other stuff?
Oh, we've got $200 gift certificates to give out. Yeah, that'd be.
You won't see one of them.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Ashton. Yes. Don't know how it's gonna work, but yeah.
Yeah, actually. So right now it's going to be better. It's going to be a lot better. We're going to sound better because the internet. Yeah, you'll hear Jesse. Like our collective sound will be better because the sound in the new studio is going to run through like the radio station. So not only will you hear Jesse, you'll hear us clearer, and you'll hear like the show open, the rejoiner music. You'll hear all of that stuff. You still won't hear commercials. We'll drop those off. We'll still talk to you during commercial breaks. We're figuring all that out now. But the live stream experience is going to improve by multiples. By multiples. Yeah. Yeah. We're the one thing, and see, you guys you can't hear this on the stream, but we're probably eliminating commercial music. Like we're eliminating Rick Ross. We're eliminating music that we come back from, and we'll just use.
Why is that? So
it's dicey. It has to do with the live stream
because it's on the YouTube,
right? And so that's why so what I went to do was I went to 95.7 to see if a commercial ran before the live stream started. So if you're willing to forego the money you make from YouTube, then you could do whatever you want to, as long as you don't get copyright. You could get copyright like notes like, hey, Beyonce's label caught this song. You can't monetize it. It's not a strike. You're not in trouble.
Right.
But you can't monetize this video.
Right.
We can't afford to give any money back anywhere. Like, especially money that's coming from YouTube. Like,
right.
Pay us for that.
Yeah.
No, there is no. So what the rejoiner music, I kind of decided it made best sense to eliminate it, because if there's some talking over it or a drop over it, you can normally get it sneaking under the radar. But we would literally be concerned about that about every rejoiner we had. So it's just like, let's get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it.
Mm.
So I'm going to say yes because it's never been flagged before.
Oh yeah, it has been.
It's never ever been flagged. When I played, remember when I'd play the What's Happening theme?
Mm-hmm.
That got flagged.
What?
The What's Happening theme got flagged. Yep. And so what you have to do is you have the option, like it like marks it for you and says you can cut it, mute it, or do nothing and just not be able to monetize it. So I'll mute it. I'll normally mute it so I don't cut the video.
Yeah.
But it takes like hours for it to actually process. And it's just a pain in the ass. It's not worth it.
What's happening?
What'd you just ask, Jesse? We did. We got flagged for Carl Lewis.
Flagged for
Yep, that's right. Yep, we got flagged for Carl Lewis singing the national anthem. Do it. We'll absolutely use it.
Absolutely.
We'll absolutely use it. Yep.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Bryce, I've asked all of these questions, buddy. Every single one of them. I think as it pertains to radio, it's not a problem. It's the live stream that always gets dicey.
Wow.
Guys, we got to go because Kenny and I are back here in an hour. So, we appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow, man.